Sansa Stark felt as if her heart were pounding inside a prison cell, each beat echoing through her entire body. She stood by an ornate window in the Red Keep, gazing at the bailey below. Servants bustled about on last-minute errands. Gold cloaks patrolled the walls, faces stern in the midday sun. Everything seemed too bright, too sharp, like the day was mocking her anxiety by placing itself in such stark relief. Every detail she noticed felt like a condemnation: how perfect the sky was, how extravagantly the banners hung in the courtyard, how the crest of House Baratheon shared space with that of House Stark in flapping gold and white. Direwolf and Stag joined in unspeakably dangerous union. She ran her hands down the front of her gown, her wedding gown, the shimmering pale material clasped at her waist with gold thread. The tailors had spent endless hours ensuring the garment fit her like a second skin. It gave her the illusion of grace and confidence she was sure she didn't truly possess. She was 14, and the man she was to marry, no, the boy, she corrected herself, though she wasn't sure he merited the word man at all, was the new king of the Seven Kingdoms, Joffrey Baratheon. She had fantasized once, in her naive daydreams as a young girl, about being the queen in a shining realm. She had pictured a gallant prince who spoke to her gently and wore shining armor. Joffrey was not that gallant prince. Every gentle word from his lips felt forced, as though cruelty waited behind his eyes, impatient and cunning. But she had no choice. Duty bound her, or so everyone said. The realm demanded it. She could not forget the day her father had been executed. It haunted her thoughts with a force that threatened to bring her trembling to her knees at the most unexpected moments. Even now, as she awaited the wedding ceremony, she remembered the sound of the sword as it cut through the air, and the hush of the crowd, and her own scream caught in her throat. That day, King Joffrey stood up on the platform with a twisted grin, as though he were proud to be the one who taught the realm to fear him. Sansa had been forced to continue living in this place of red stone walls, a gull in a gilded cage, for there was nowhere else to go. Her mother and brother were far away in the north, locked in war against the Lannisters and those loyal to the Iron Throne. She was alone here in King's Landing, forced to piece together her survival with every carefully chosen word and polite curtsy. A soft knock on the door made her jump. Her breath caught. She turned to see Shay, her maid, slip into the room. Shay was carrying a small mirror, and her usually impish expression was replaced by hesitant sympathy. Sansa wondered how many people in this castle pitied her and how many thought her foolish, some naive northerner who still believed in songs. She shook off the worry and forced a small smile, meeting Shay's eyes. "How lovely you look," Shay said, her voice low. "His Grace will be pleased." Sansa swallowed. She forced the best imitation of courtesy she could, dipping her chin. "I suppose that is all that matters," she murmured in response, though her heart felt heavier than the castle walls. Shay gave her a tentative look. "They're going to call you soon. Best to be ready." The girl inside Sansa wanted to scream, wanted to fling the heavy gown aside and run anywhere but to the great September of Baelor, where the ceremony would take place under the watchful gazes of the lords and ladies who whispered about her. But the practical side of her, the one that had learned quick lessons in fear and in saving face, kept her hands steady. She knew well enough that her mother was captured in the uncertain swirl of war, that Robb was leading bannermen on the battlefield, and that she was quite alone. A marriage to Joffrey might at least offer her some measure of protection, meager though it might be. She was not naive enough to believe in his kindness. She only prayed the gods would grant her the strength to bear her fate and perhaps to find a glimmer of peace somewhere in it all. She let Shay smooth her red gold hair once more, then followed her out into the corridor. The castle corridors felt narrower today, like the walls had closed in. Servants bowed hurriedly as she passed. She caught fleeting glimpses of the Queen Regent, Cersei Lannister, moving with regal grandeur toward the throne room. Everywhere, Lannisters and highborn lords in their finery thronged the halls. Beyond those corridors, the grand hall was filled with the guests who had come to witness the most important wedding in Westeros. The hush of conversation penetrated even the thick oak doors. Sansa's mind whirled with the thought that these lords and ladies already judged her, had formed their opinions long ago. She was the daughter of a traitor, forced into a union with the young king, a union that symbolized House Stark bending the knee once and for all. She tried to hold her head high. She wanted to show them that the North might be proud even when beaten low. As she waited in the ornate receiving room just off the Great Hall, she heard the trumpets call outside the castle walls, likely announcing that the king was on his way. Her heart hammered, each pulse like a blow to her chest. She wanted to run. But the doors opened and she was nudged forward. Her steps felt too loud as she walked down the aisle. The Great Hall was ablaze with candles and draped with Baratheon gold and Stark gray. The pews were filled with those curious or cunning enough to angle for a position to watch the union. She recognized the occasional friendly face, mostly overshadowed by the sea of watchers wearing suspicious half-smiles and glittering jewels. At the far end stood Joffrey. Her heart spasmed at the sight of him in his regal finery. He wore a doublet woven with golden thread, his shoulders broad for a boy of his years, his hair brushed so it shone like pale gold. He wore an expression that was halfway between smug satisfaction and impatience. Standing beside him was his mother, Cersei, whose eyes flicked toward Sansa like a hawk sizing up a field mouse. On the other side, some of Joffrey's Kingsguard in immaculate white cloaks held ceremonial positions. The High Septon waited too, his robes embroidered with the seven-pointed star. The hush became even more absolute. Sansa felt her throat tighten as she approached, step by step, the clatter of her heart so loud she could scarce hear the crowd. She bowed her head, as was the custom, and forced herself to look at Joffrey. He held out his hand. She placed hers on top of it. Despite every nerve in her body telling her to recoil from his touch, she forced her fingers to remain steady. His grip was surprisingly warm, but she imagined a serpent's warmth rather than the comforting warmth of a gentleman. Once she might have idealized him. Once she believed him a chivalrous prince. But that illusion was ripped away on the day he had her father's head struck from his shoulders and on the many days since when he took delight in her humiliation. Now she stood beside him in front of gods and men. She felt a shiver. The High Septon began the formal words of the wedding rite. Sansa wasn't entirely certain she heard each phrase. The blood pounded in her ears. She repeated what was required of her, something about pledging herself to him, to be his queen, to produce heirs. As her words floated into the warm air of the hall, she felt them lodge in her chest like jagged stones. Her mouth felt painfully dry. When Joffrey's vow came, she thought she detected a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. It was also formal. Almost ironically so, for it felt impossible that what they were doing could be so solemn when everything about it was forced. He took a moment to glance at the crowd, clearly enjoying their attention, and she wondered whether he was more enthralled by the idea of possessing her as his wife or by the spectacle of it all, the power, the grand demonstration of his reign. Then came the part where he placed the cloak about her shoulders, symbolizing that she was leaving House Stark behind to become a Baratheon. She felt her heart twist. Would she ever be able to call herself a Stark again? This was part of her father's beloved tradition, but how twisted it felt now. Her eyes stung with tears she forced herself not to shed. Her entire life was on display, given away in exchange for precarious favor and a chance that she might not be destroyed outright. She prayed quietly that the gods had not forsaken her. Then it was over. The High Septon pronounced them man and wife. Applause, quickly hushed, rippled through the hall. She had done it. She had uttered her vows to the man who had killed her father and threatened to break her at every turn. His presence at her side was a weighted threat, though his arm around her waist seemed, to the crowd, tender. She could see their shining smiles, the polite, distant joy of people who would do anything for proximity to the king, but who also likely gossiped about her every chance they got. Her life had changed forever in that moment. Or perhaps it had changed the day she came to King's Landing, too young and too foolish to see that there were no gallant princes in this game. They returned down the aisle as husband and wife. Sansa forced a gracious expression. Someone placed a bouquet in her arms, pale blooms that smelled faintly of lemon and thyme. A hush lingered still among the lords and ladies. She glanced around, seeking even the slightest glimmer of warmth, but found only stares. She glimpsed Tyrion Lannister for a moment, the imp of Casterly Rock, with an enigmatic tilt to his head. He looked at her as though he understood her predicament. Perhaps out of all those gathered, he alone truly grasped the cruelty she had to endure. Then she was swept along through the towering doors out into the courtyard. A full retinue awaited. The sun flooded her eyes. The dryness in her throat returned, sharp as a blade. The heat felt oppressive against her heavy gown, as if the day itself conspired to see how far she would bend beneath the weight of her forced happiness. Joffrey led her out, or rather pulled her, to where a fine carriage was waiting to convey them to the wedding feast. Trumpets sounded again. A small crowd in the courtyard watched, cheering half-heartedly. Gold cloaks stood in neat formations. Many faces she didn't recognize. She understood now that her life in King's Landing was an act, a show of subservience. She had to be perfect or risk punishment. By wedding the king, she was locked in more tightly than ever. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if there was a path forward, some advantage she might glean. Sansa had begun to suspect that knowledge and subtlety might be the only strengths left to her. She had to learn to navigate court intrigues as though her life depended on it, because it did. They reached the carriage. Joffrey helped her inside, a gesture that looked chivalrous but felt mechanical. She thanked him softly, mindful of the watchful eyes around them. Inside, the noise of the crowd was muffled, leaving the two of them in near silence. The carriage swayed gently. She noticed Joffrey's lip quirk, a faint smugness playing across it. He turned to her in the hush. "You looked very regal," he said. "It pleases me." She swallowed the trembling in her voice. "Thank you, your grace." He let out a short laugh. "No, you must call me my lord husband. Or perhaps my king, whichever suits your fancy. My mother says we are to show the realm our affection. They must see that my queen is devoted." Sansa's pulse hammered as she tried to hide the surge of anxiety. "Yes, my lord husband." He appeared delighted by her use of the new address. If there was a single warmth about his expression, it was overshadowed by the triumphant glitter in his eyes. She tried to steel herself. She had learned that Joffrey prized intimidation. If he sensed fear, he would push it like a blade against her ribs. She set her jaw and looked down at the folds of her gown. The carriage took them to the castle's grand reception hall, where long tables had been prepared, all laden with the best King's Landing could provide: roast boar, honeyed pastries, fresh bread from the ovens, and more exotic delicacies for the wedding feast. Banners hung from every pillar. The lords Tyrell and Lannister, among others, were already there, talking among themselves, the wine flowing freely. Musicians played lively tunes while some courtiers danced in the open space near the dais. Torchlight gleamed off polished floors. The entire court had turned out for the celebration. Sansa stepped down from the carriage and was carefully guided inside. Her mouth felt like parchment. She tried to remind herself to breathe, to maintain composure. At the dais at the front of the hall, two thrones had been placed side by side, the Iron Throne itself brought into the grand space for the wedding, and a smaller, though still ornate, chair for the new queen. Joffrey led Sansa to the dais. Everyone bowed or curtsied. The waves of whispered conversation rippled through the hall like shifting dunes. For a moment, Sansa's eyes locked with her new husband's. He ran his tongue over his lips in a momentary gesture of self-satisfaction, as if anticipating some new game. She felt a cold dread. Still, she sat in her seat, the stiff, high-backed chair with gold flourishes, well aware that half the kingdom was watching. Cersei, seated to Joffrey's left, nodded in what might have been approval, her posture regal and self-possessed. To the Queen Mother's right, Jaime Lannister stood in gleaming armor. A handful of lords and ladies occupied places at the head table, including Tyrion, a cup of wine already in his hand, leaning back in his seat with that ever-calm, half-dry expression. Sansa thought she detected a note of pity in his eyes, but she was not sure. All about them, plates clattered, servants hurried to and fro, and the hum of conversation grew louder as guests grew bolder with their toasts. In King's Landing, one never turned down a chance to indulge in feasts, especially when the realm's new king married a highborn lady. Sansa recognized many of the great houses present, their heraldry bright: House Redwine, House Hightower, House Rowan, House Tarly, House Tully. Those who were not in open rebellion were in attendance, either in person or by sending representatives. Far in the back, overshadowed by the grandeur, a handful of minor lords from the Stormlands and the Crownlands made do with smaller seats. The Lannisters wanted to make a spectacle of their power, show that the Baratheon-Lannister union was unassailable. And so they had done, with Sansa as a glittering trophy at the young king's side. When the feast began, Joffrey stood and made a short speech about uniting the houses of the realm, about how his dear wife brought with her the fealty of the North. Sansa felt each word burn like acid. The crowd applauded politely, though perhaps not all believed the sentiment. Or maybe they did. In King's Landing, illusions were as potent as truths. Joffrey sat, beckoning Sansa to rise and offer her own words. She had dreaded this moment. Rising, she drew a deep, quivering breath. "I am grateful to the king," she began, forcing herself to smile sweetly. "And I am honored to serve the realm as his queen. May the gods guide us both as we strive to protect and nurture these 7 kingdoms." She kept her tone gentle, not wanting to betray even a flicker of the fear gnawing at her. Her voice sounded strong enough to pass muster. Polite applause followed, and she eased back into her seat, feeling lightheaded. She sipped the wine before her, sweet yet slightly bitter in aftertaste. She set the cup down, reminding herself not to overindulge. The night would be long. Plates upon plates of food arrived. Joffrey took great delight in sampling them, leaning over now and then to press Sansa to taste this or that morsel. She ate what courtesy required, though her stomach churned and threatened to reject the lavish meal. The lights grew more golden with each passing hour, the air thick with cooking smells and perfume. Minstrels played music between the courses, and there were even a pair of dancing bears for entertainment, a tradition Sansa found simultaneously mesmerizing and sad. The crowd roared its approval for these amusements. Joffrey laughed often, tossing a casual arm around Sansa for show. She accepted it with the same forced pleasantness she'd practiced in front of her mirror, praying none could see the tension that stiffened her spine. She noticed Marjorie Tyrell in the crowd, the lady from Highgarden who had once been rumored to vie for Joffrey's favor. Marjorie lifted her glass in a polite, seemingly genuine gesture to Sansa. How strange it was to see the Tyrell maiden looking radiant, no bitterness evident, only an unreadable serenity that might have concealed hidden agendas. Sansa had learned enough to know that in King's Landing, even the warmest smile could be a veneer. Still, a small part of her was grateful at the potential for an ally. She needed all she could find. Late in the evening, when the hall was in full revel, the king's guards moved aside to let a group of performers enter: jugglers, fire-eaters, contortionists. The crowd roared. Joffrey seemed enthralled, even childlike in his amusement. Sansa offered a polite laugh whenever it seemed expected. Across the table, Cersei maintained a regal composure but allowed herself a small, knowing smile. Sansa felt the older woman's gaze flicker across her from time to time, gauging her, testing her. After all, Sansa was the new queen. In one sense, she was competition for Cersei's influence over Joffrey. In another sense, she was a hostage secured by wedding bands. Sansa felt her new mother-in-law's scrutiny like a cat's watchful stare. Eventually, the king grew bored of the jugglers and turned to Sansa with an eager grin. "Wife," he said quite loudly, "is there nothing you do to entertain us? A dance, perhaps? A little show for your beloved lord husband." The tables around them quieted. It was an invitation she could not deny. Sansa flushed. "If it pleases you, my lord husband, I can dance." She had been taught dancing by Septa Mordain and, occasionally, her mother's ladies at Winterfell, but never as a performance for the entire court. Still, she knew well enough that refusal would provoke Joffrey's displeasure, and that was the last thing she wanted. She stood, feeling the weight of countless eyes. The musicians waited for Joffrey's command. He clapped his hands, eager. The tune that began was light, a courtly dance meant for a single dancer or perhaps a pair. Normally, one would expect the partner to join in, but Joffrey made no move to stand. He only looked at her with that amused, expectant expression, as though savoring her discomfort. And so she danced alone. She tried to emulate the fluidity she had seen in King's Landing dancing halls, to let her body move with the music, graceful but not brazen. It was all she could do not to tremble. Each step felt like 1,000 eyes measuring her, dissecting her. Her cheeks burned. Yet Sansa's dignity was tied up in doing well. If she faltered, Joffrey would mock her, and the entire court would laugh. So she focused on the memory of the winter snows in Winterfell, how she once danced with her sister Arya, giggling as they slipped in the courtyard. If she closed her eyes for a heartbeat, she could almost pretend this was just another lesson in the Great Hall of Winterfell. Her feet recalled the steps, her arms arched with surprising elegance. She finished the last turn, chess T. Expecting the hush to be broken by jeers. Instead, a short but polite applause followed. She curtsied and color heated her cheeks. Joffrey laughed, not a mocking laugh this time, but more of a triumphant crow. "You see," he said to the hall, "the new queen is as graceful as she is beautiful." Sansa bowed her head and carefully returned to her seat. The night wore on. The feasting gave way to heavier drinking. Some of the older lords departed as they succumbed to wine or simply grew weary. The younger knights took to rowdier forms of entertainment. Sansa felt an undercurrent of tension in the air. She was aware that the war in the north was hardly at an end, that House Stark's men still fought in her brother's name. And the Tyrell alliance was precarious, depending on Marjorie's continued good standing with the Lannisters. The wedding was, in part, a political show designed to stamp out any question of the crown's legitimacy. Now it had happened. Her final hours of the day, she knew, would not be in her control. The wedding feast, for all its demands, was only the first part. At last, Cersei rose, claiming the lateness of the hour, and reminded her son that the realm would expect an heir soon. Sansa's heart froze. She felt the blood drain from her face. The entire hall erupted in laughter and shouts, rowdy encouragement. Joffrey stood, delighting in the spectacle. Then we shall not leave them waiting, he proclaimed. Come, my queen. He extended a hand toward Sansa, an undeniable command in his tone. She stood, body stiff, and took his hand. All eyes were upon her, the new queen, the unwilling bride. The hall parted to let them through. People were laughing, cheering. Sansa could hardly breathe. It felt as though she were being led to an execution. The throngs parted, servants stepping aside, courtiers leering. Joffrey wore a look of self-assured amusement. Sansa tried to gather a scrap of her nerve, reminding herself that a queen must never show fear, especially not here. They made their way along stone corridors to the royal apartments. She was silent, uncertain of what to say. Joffrey did not seem interested in conversation. He seemed excited, pulses of energy flickering across his face. Sansa recalled the day of her father's death, that look he wore, there was something of it now, that twisted enjoyment. He opened the door to the chamber with a flourish. The room was lit by a single candelabra. The bed was draped in fine linens of gold and red. Sansa stepped inside, each footfall feeling heavier than the last. Joffrey closed the door behind them with a resounding click. She stared at the bed and the panic churned within her. She told herself she must remain composed. Whatever happened, this was her duty now. She could not even dream of refusing. At that moment, she felt the stark reality that she was truly alone in a land of enemies. She prayed once more to the old gods, or the new, to anyone that might hear her silent pleas. Joffrey placed a hand at her waist, pulling her closer. She forced a tentative smile, lips trembling. She shut her eyes. In her mind's eye, she pictured the godwood in Winterfell, the quiet of the snow-covered trees, the hush of the old hearttree's presence. She tried to hold onto that image as tightly as her rising fear would allow, bracing herself for whatever the night would bring. Sansa did not know how long she stood there beneath Joffrey's gaze in the royal bedchamber. Light from the candles flickered, shadows dancing along the walls where tapestries of hunting scenes draped, stags in pursuit of boars. She kept her hands clasped, forcing herself to remain composed despite the tremor in her limbs. Joffrey drew closer, speaking low words she could hardly process. Beyond that, she remembered only the oppressive sensation of being trapped. Whatever transpired in that candlelit chamber was a harrowing swirl of dread and duty, of stifled tears and a pale pretense of obedience. When the dawn finally came, she found herself lying in the grand bed. Joffrey was already gone, off to do whatever pleased him. A cold wind wafted in from the narrow window. She gazed at the strips of sky visible through the crenellations and let out a slow, shaking breath, half in relief that the night was over and half in silent despair. She forced herself to rise and dress with unsteady fingers. She had to be the queen, whatever that meant in this dangerous place. Shay arrived to assist her. There was little warmth in Shay's expression, but her touch was unexpectedly gentle as she helped with Sansa's hair. Sansa did not speak of the night before. Something in Shay's eyes told her that it would be better not to. Perhaps the entire castle already whispered of the royal marriage bed. Perhaps they would congratulate the king for having taken the Stark girl as he pleased, or else they would make lewd jests. She found her cheeks burning with shame at the thought but forced her chin up. She had survived. For now, that was enough. She slipped on a gown of pale ivory embroidered with the golden sigil of the Baratheons. As she caught her reflection in the polished mirror, she thought she looked older, or at least more hollow. She drew in a breath, willing composure into her features. A queen had to appear regal, no matter the cost. She followed Shay through the corridors. The guards inclined their heads, mostly with forced respect. She could sense their muttered thoughts behind their pointed stares. Queen Sansa, the northern bird forced to wear southern plumage. Each step on the smooth tiles reminded her that she belonged nowhere else now. Whether she liked it or not, this was her life. At the base of the main staircase, one of the king's guard awaited her. Ser Marentrant, with his perpetual scowl, said curtly that the king required her presence in the throne room. Sansa felt her heart seize, recalling how many times she had stood in that chamber, trembling at the sight of Joffrey seated upon the Iron Throne, eager to dole out punishments. Wordlessly, she inclined her head. She was escorted through the labyrinth of red stone hallways. Outside, the bright sun gilded the courtyard, but in the depths of the Red Keep, the shadows clung. She passed groups of servants, small folk, and lesser courtiers. A hush settled in her wake. She felt the weight of so many unspoken judgments. At last, she reached the towering doors of the throne room. Her escort motioned her inside. Torches smoked in their sconces along the vast chamber. The floor was polished marble. The Iron Throne, a jagged mass of melted blades, loomed at the far side on its raised dais. Joffrey was perched atop it, one leg flung over an armrest in a posture more cavalier than regal. His expression, however, was set in that cool arrogance Sansa knew too well. Below him stood Cersei in flowing crimson skirts, golden hair arranged in elaborate coils. Tyrion was off to one side, perched on the bottom step of the dais with a wine goblet. A dozen courtiers and officials milled about, each vying to appear attentive. Sansa curtsied. The motion was practically instinct now. She tried to hold herself with a poise that might mask her inner turmoil. Joffrey surveyed her a moment, letting the silence stretch. "My queen," he said, with a slight upward quirk of the lips. "You were late." She immediately bowed her head in apology. "Forgive me, my lord husband. I did not know you wished an audience at this hour." His eyes gleamed with satisfaction at her meekness. "You must learn to anticipate my needs. My mother says a queen should be ever mindful of her king. Isn't that right, mother?" Cersei gave a small nod, smiling with a trace of thin politeness. "Indeed, a good queen knows how best to serve." Sansa forced a humble smile. "Yes, I will remember." Satisfied, Joffrey turned his attention to a scribe who stood at the base of the dais. "We've had letters from Riverrun," he said. "Seems your brother is still refusing to bend the knee." His tone soured. "He clings to that fool name, the king in the north. But soon enough, I'll crush him." Every muscle in Sansa's body tightened. The mention of Robb set her nerves aflame with dread. She was supposed to appear indifferent or even supportive of her husband's campaign. Yet how could she hide the fact that each threat against her family stabbed at her heart? She forced her face into a mask of calm. "Robb is proud," she managed. "He believes he must protect the North from any who threaten it." Joffrey sneered. "Let him cling to that misguided pride. My armies will bring him to heel." He half turned to Tyrion as though expecting his uncle to agree. Tyrion swirled his wine thoughtfully. "The boy is capable, your grace. He has won battles. That is no small concern. How do you call him capable? He's a traitor." Joffrey snapped. "Certainly," Tyrion said. "A formidable traitor." He sipped his wine. "But traitor nonetheless." Sansa noticed the flicker of annoyance across Joffrey's face, but the king let it pass, perhaps because he lacked a witty retort. Instead, he refocused on Sansa. "Come here," he ordered. She stepped forward, feeling every eye upon her. When she was close enough, he reached out and caught her wrist, pulling her closer so that she nearly stumbled at the foot of the Iron Throne. "You will write to your brother," he said. "You will command him to surrender. Let him know that his precious sister begs for peace. Maybe that will bring him to his senses." A chill passed through her. She glanced at Cersei, seeking some sign, but the Queen Mother's face was carefully composed. Tyrion looked at her with guarded sympathy but said nothing. Joffrey demanded, "You will do it, won't you?" She forced her lips to form the words. "Yes, my lord husband. I will write if you wish." The arrogance in his eyes deepened. He released her wrist. "Good. Then see it done." A pause stretched. Sansa waited to be dismissed or told what else was expected of her. She realized belatedly that he wanted her to thank him, to show gratitude for this chance to plead for her brother's life, though it was no kindness at all. She inclined her head, voice subdued. "Thank you for granting me this opportunity, your grace. I only hope my brother will listen." Joffrey smirked, then waved a hand. "Go. My mother and I have more pressing matters to discuss regarding the war." Sansa curtsied. Tyrion gave her a slight nod as she turned to leave. The courtiers parted for her as she exited. Behind her, she could hear Joffrey's voice complaining about battles lost and how incompetent certain lords might be. She walked quickly, eyes down, wanting only to escape that chamber with its heavy pillars and the ominous glow of torches. Outside in the corridor, she stood a moment to compose herself. The breath she inhaled felt stale. She was to write to Robb and encourage him to bend the knee. Part of her doubted he would ever do so, no matter what words she wrote. Still, she must do as commanded. If she refused, Joffrey might punish her or, worse, take out his frustrations on innocents. She had no illusions about the cruelty he could wield when angered. Shay emerged from a nearby alcove, evidently waiting. Together, they walked in silence to Sansa's bedchamber, or rather, the Queen's bedchamber, now a lavishly furnished set of rooms next to Joffrey's. Seated at a small writing desk, Sansa dipped a quill into ink. Outside the window, the afternoon sun had begun its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the courtyard in muted gold. The hush pressed in on her. She tried to steady her trembling hand. "My dearest brother," she wrote, forcing the words. She tried to phrase the letter in a way that would not betray her fear. She said that their father would not have wished the North to suffer further bloodshed, that she believed an alliance with the crown might secure the safety of the people. "Please, Robb, for the sake of our mother and sisters." She halted, realizing that her sister Arya was lost, whereabouts unknown. She prayed in her heart that Arya was still alive. She resumed, "For all our sakes, yield." The words felt like a betrayal. She imagined Robb reading them and shaking his head in dismay. Yet if by any chance it might buy a reprieve for her family, she would do it. Perhaps Robb would see through her forced entreaty and glean how desperate her circumstances were. Perhaps he would read between the lines. She signed it, "Your sister in King's Landing," and left the rest unsaid. She put the quill aside. The letter looked meek and pitiful on the parchment, but it was done. Shay watched from the corner, saying nothing. At last, Sansa folded it and sealed it with hot wax, pressing the direwolf seal of House Stark, one of the few personal items she still possessed, into the wax. The imagery felt hollow to her, but she had no choice. A knock at the door disrupted her reverie. One of the servants announced that Lord Baelish had come to pay his respects to the new queen. Sansa stiffened. Peter Baelish, called Littlefinger, always made her skin crawl in subtle ways she could never quite name. His smiles felt too practiced, his courtesy too smooth. She'd known him only a short time, but she had overheard enough to be wary. Still, she could not refuse him an audience. Shay moved to the side as Baelish slipped in. He was dressed in the latest southern fashion. Slim-cut doublet of dark cloth, silver pin at his collar. He bowed deeply, then straightened, a faint smile on his lips. "My queen," he said, voice full of polished warmth. "Might I congratulate you on the auspicious union with our beloved King Joffrey?" Sansa rose and inclined her head, trying to maintain her regal composure. "Lord Baelish," she replied, ignoring the dryness in her throat. "Thank you for your kind words." He stepped closer, hand resting lightly on the back of a nearby chair. "I had hoped for a private moment to assure you of my continuing goodwill. I was once your mother's friend, you see. She and I knew each other in our youth at Riverrun. And so, you may trust that I have your best interests at heart." His voice dropped, smooth as silk. "If ever you find yourself in difficulty, I am always eager to help." The words themselves might have been benign, but something in his eyes made Sansa want to recoil. She forced a polite smile. "That is most gracious, my lord. Of course I am grateful for any advice." Littlefinger nodded. "I hope you will not forget that," he said gently. "The Red Keep can be a confusing place, full of hidden turns and false smiles. A friend can be a valuable asset." Then his tone brightened. "But I shan't keep you from your duties. I merely wished to offer my congratulations." With another bow, he retreated toward the door. Sansa watched him leave, uncertain what to make of his visit. Yet her instincts told her to be cautious. She had heard rumors enough, that Peter Baelish dealt in secrets, that he was cunning beyond measure, that he had a role in the downfall of Eddard Stark. She recalled him standing in the throne room that day, feigning to help her father only to betray him. No, she would not trust him, no matter what he said of her mother. Once he was gone, she rubbed her temples, feeling fatigue settle over her. The letter to Robb lay on the desk, a silent testament to her captivity. Duty bound her. Fear shaped her decisions, and at every corner she saw cunning men who might exploit her. She stepped to the window, gazing out at the city. The waters of Blackwater Bay sparkled under the sun. She thought of the north so far away, how she longed for a moment of reprieve among the familiar pines and rocky streams of Winterfell. But Winterfell was lost to her. A short time later, a page arrived to collect the sealed letter. Sansa handed it over, praying her brother would sense the truth behind her forced words. Perhaps he would know that she was, in fact, a hostage forced to write them. Or perhaps he would do the worst possible thing, take them at face value. She swallowed her dread, reminding herself that she could control so little in this game of crowns. Days passed. Sansa discovered that being queen brought her increased scrutiny but little real power. Cersei still wielded the lion's share of authority in the Red Keep, and Joffrey deferred to his mother far more than to his young wife. Sansa spent her days attending court sessions, sitting beside Joffrey while he listened to petitions or pronounced judgments. Occasionally, she attempted to interject a softer perspective when peasants begged for leniency. only to be silenced by Joffrey's scornful glare or, worse, subjected to his humiliating jests. Once, an old woman came from the Riverlands, weeping about raiders who had burned her village. "Please, your grace," she pleaded. "The men who burned our fields wore the Lion of Lannister on their surcoats. My family starves." Sansa's heart twisted. She said in a calm voice, "My husband, perhaps we might send supplies or offer some relief. It would show the realm your mercy." Joffrey's eyes flashed, and he took a slow breath. The courtiers watched. For an instant, she thought he might grant her request. Instead, he laughed. "Mercy? My lovely bride. These people need discipline, not pity. If we indulge every sob story, we'll have no gold left to fund the war. She can find her own bread or starve." He then ordered the guards to remove the woman. Sansa felt helpless fury, but she had no recourse. The courtiers tittered, eager to remain in Joffrey's good graces. Afterward, he turned to her, that predatory gleam in his eyes. "You must not question my judgments in public," he said in a low voice. "A queen's duty is to support her king. Do you understand?" She bowed her head, heat flaring in her cheeks, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "Yes, my lord husband. Forgive me." "Good," he said, forcing a tight grin before returning his attention to a pair of knights disputing lands. Every day, Sansa found herself praying for some sense of hope. But the days blurred, marked by her forced smiles and Joffrey's increasing cruelty. In the midst of it all, Tyrion Lannister emerged as a peculiar source of what might pass for kindness in King's Landing. He was one of the few who spoke to her in measured tones rather than barked orders. Sometimes he asked her if she needed anything. He even interceded once when Joffrey, bored by a slow day of court, threatened to have a servant beaten for stuttering. Tyrion managed to talk him down with subtle wit and a reminder that they needed every servant they could keep. When Joffrey was out on a hunt one morning, Tyrion found Sansa walking in the castle gardens. She had chosen a secluded corner by the walls near a trickling fountain. She wore a simple gown of pale blue, her hair pinned up neatly, more comfortable attire than the heavy dresses required at formal events. She was trying to gather the courage to keep going, to keep playing the dutiful queen. She did not notice Tyrion until he cleared his throat softly behind her. She turned, startled, then dipped into a small curtsy. "My lord hand." He inclined his head. "Your grace. Forgive me for intruding, I meant no alarm." He gestured at the bench. "Might I sit?" She nodded, lowering her gaze. He climbed onto the bench beside her, swinging his short legs so that his feet barely reached the ground. For a while, neither spoke. The sound of water splashing into the fountain filled the silence. Finally, Tyrion let out a soft sigh. "You do not look entirely at ease," he remarked gently. "Though I suppose it's no secret that King's Landing is not as welcoming as Winterfell." She hesitated. Was this a trap to make her SPE? aka treason? She studied his face. Tyrion's features were not as intimidating as Joffrey's or Cersei's. He had a certain sadness behind his mismatched eyes, and Sansa remembered that he had shown her some measure of empathy on certain occasions. She spoke carefully. I am trying to do what is expected of me, my lord. That is all." Tyrion nodded. "It must be a heavy burden, your new position. The realm expects a great deal from a queen. And no doubt you have personal feelings regarding certain matters, like the war." His voice was measured, as if offering her a chance to confide. She glanced away, the fountain's gentle stream capturing her attention. "I do not presume to question the king." He pursed his lips. "A wise stance. Yet sometimes the difference between surviving here and perishing is knowing to whom one can speak freely. If ever you find yourself in need of counsel, I hope you'll consider me. I have a soft spot for those of us who are looked upon with contempt, shall we say." He smiled wryly, indicating himself. Sansa studied him in silence. Could she trust Tyrion even a little? She recalled how he seemed so different from the rest of his family, but he was still a Lannister and the hand of the king, no less. However, something in his manner suggested he had no taste for Joffrey's cruelty. Perhaps he saw her predicament more clearly than most. But she dared not reveal too much. The memory of her father's fate haunted her. She offered a small, polite nod, no real commitment in her words. "Thank you, my lord," she said quietly. "I will remember your offer." He accepted that with grace and did not press further. "Very well. As always, be careful. This place has more ears than you think. Walls, windows, dresses, they all listen." With that cryptic remark, he rose, bowed, and left her to her thoughts. Sansa gazed at the water droplets glistening on the fountain's rim. This was her existence, a daily, exhausting dance of caution. She must keep her secrets guarded and her fears hidden. Any misstep could lead to savage retribution. News arrived by Raven that the war continued poorly for the Lannisters in certain skirmishes and better in others. Robb Stark, the young wolf, had won another victory in the west, capturing important Lannister bannermen. Tywin Lannister, the patriarch, was not in the capital but off commanding armies. Cersei fumed at every rumor of defeat. Joffrey scowled whenever someone mentioned the northern triumphs. Sansa stood behind him, face impassive, though inside her heart pounded with mixed pride and dread. If Robb kept winning, what would become of her? Would Joffrey's anger turn on her if his armies faltered? The more frustrated he became, the more she feared he would vent his wrath on the closest target, his new bride. That fear proved well-founded one evening when a messenger arrived with ill tidings, another Lannister defeat in the Riverlands. The king was drinking at a private feast where Sansa and a handful of courtiers were present. The messenger delivered his news in trembling tones, detailing how Robb Stark had captured more important prisoners and forced the Lannister forces to retreat. Joffrey's face twisted with fury. He hurled his goblet across the table, splashing wine onto the messenger's cloak. "Useless curs," he snarled. "When I go to the front, I'll have every coward's head on a spike." He glared around the room, then his gaze lit on Sansa. A cold wave of dread hit her. He rose from his seat, stalking toward her. She stood, uncertain, trying to quell the trembling in her knees. The courtiers watched with rapt attention. Joffrey seized her arm painfully. "This is your fault," he said in a harsh whisper. "Your brother's victories. You prayed to your heathen northern gods, didn't you?" Sansa's voice caught in her throat. She forced it out. I did not, my lord husband. I pray only for peace. I swear." "Lies," he hissed. "You want him to win. You want me to look like a fool." She saw the madness in his eyes and panicked. "No, never," she said, struggling to maintain composure. "I only ever wish for your victory, your grace, truly." He squeezed her arm until she winced. She fought not to cry out. The courtiers pretended not to see, some glancing away, others feigning sudden fascination with the table decorations. Queen Cersei was not present at this private meal. Tyrion had left earlier. Sansa was alone. Joffrey let out a low, humorless laugh. "Then you shall prove it." He jerked her closer, eyes flicking toward one of the guards. "Bring the whip," he ordered. Her blood froze. She saw the guard hesitate, clearly uneasy about striking the queen. Joffrey's voice rose, savage. "Do it. She's my wife. I will discipline her as I please." Terror flooded her. She shot a pleading look around, but no one moved to help her. Then, to her profound relief, the doors opened behind them. In strode Tyrion with two of his own personal guards. He took in the scene in an instant. His expression tightened. "Your Grace," Tyrion said quickly, "I bring urgent news from the small council. May I speak with you?" Joffrey whipped around, anger flushing his cheeks. "Not now, imp. Can't you see I'm busy?" "Indeed," Tyrion said, stepping forward with feigned deference, "and far be it from me to intrude, but this matter is pressing. Something that cannot wait, concerning the Tyrells, I believe." The mention of the Tyrells caught Joffrey's attention. His alliance with Highgarden was crucial as the Tyrell hosts provided much-needed men and supplies. Muttering a curse, Joffrey released Sansa and stormed off with Tyrion. The guard who had been summoned to fetch the whip quickly vanished. Sansa stood there, heart hammering, her arm throbbing where he had gripped it. She had been spared for now. After that night, she took to walking the castle halls with even more caution, mindful that Joffrey's temper was like wildfire. One spark and it could explode into brutality. In the public eye, she strove to present an image of compliance, standing quietly at his side. But each private moment with him filled her with dread, for she never knew how quickly his mood might shift from bored arrogance to vicious rage. Still, life in the Red Keep continued. The small council held sessions. Foreign dignitaries came to pay respects. Sansa participated in official ceremonies, awarding titles or greeting ambassadors. She learned to smile, to curtsy, to echo the king's sentiments, no matter how they churned her stomach. In hushed intervals, she remembered her old songs of gallant knights and chivalry, songs she once believed with all her heart. Now, she understood how naive she had been, and the memory of that innocence pained her. A few weeks after the wedding, word reached the capital of yet another development in the war. The Ironborn, led by Balon Greyjoy, had struck at the North's coasts. There were rumors that Winterfell itself had fallen to Theon Greyjoy. Sansa received the news as she sat at court, her expression unreadable. Inwardly, Horror and grief exploded at the thought of her home in the hands of invaders. She scarcely heard the next petitions, her mind reeling. Winterfell was her birthplace, the seat of the Starks for centuries. How could this be happening? That evening, she was summoned to dine privately with Joffrey and Cersei. She arrived to find them already sipping wine in a small but lavishly decorated solar. The windows overlooked the city, where lanterns glimmered. Joffrey lounged in a cushioned seat, while Cersei stood by the window, as regal as a statue. Cersei beckoned. "Come," she said in a smooth tone that did not fully mask a certain tension. "Sit with us, my queen." Sansa did as she was told. Servants brought in trays of roasted quail and seasoned vegetables, then withdrew. Joffrey motioned for her to fill his cup. She did so, the wine's aroma thick and heady. She forced herself to speak. "You summoned me, my lord husband?" His lips curled. "Yes, we wanted to discuss the news. Your dear brother must be quite busy, fighting Lannisters on one side, Greyjoys on the other." Cersei sipped her wine. "It seems the Greyjoys have taken your home, and your brothers, well, who can say what fate they've met?" Sansa's heart pounded. Bran and Rickon were still in Winterfell, at least so she had believed. Her voice came out in a trembling hush. "I beg your pardon, my queen. Do you know if my brothers still live?" Cersei regarded her with cold detachment. "The reports are unconfirmed. Theon Greyjoy claims to have ended them, but we must wait for more certain word." Sansa felt a hollow terror open in her chest. Theon had been a ward of her father's for years, practically raised in Winterfell. He was like a boastful older brother figure, but never cruel, or so she had assumed. Was he truly capable of murdering her two youngest brothers? The edges of her vision blurred. She struggled to keep control. Joffrey let out a harsh little laugh. "See how your northern ways serve you, Sansa? One day a friend, the next day a foe. Perhaps if you had thought to kneel sooner, your family might have fared better." She did not trust herself to speak. She felt tears prickle behind her eyes, but she forced them away. She would not cry before them. She stared at her plate, the quail untouched. Cersei continued as though delivering a fact of state. "We shall, of course, keep you informed of any developments. But remember, you are a Baratheon now. The North, that is your past. It took all of Sansa's will not to break down." "Yes," she whispered. "Of course." The dinner lingered on with excruciating slowness. Joffrey, in a foul mood, complained about the incompetence of his generals and threatened to personally see to Robb Stark's downfall. Cersei offered occasional counsel. Sansa felt trapped in silence, her mind spinning in grief. At the end of the meal, she was dismissed like a servant. She fled to her chamber, locked the door, and wept in the darkness as quietly as she could. She grieved for Winterfell, for Bran and Rickon, for everything she had lost. She cursed her own helplessness. She had once been a girl who loved songs about heroes. Now she realized there would be no hero to rescue her, or to save her brothers, or to restore her home. In the days that followed, more rumors spread that Theon Greyjoy had displayed the burned corpses of two boys at Winterfell, claiming they were Bran and Rickon. Sansa's horror deepened. She prayed to the old gods that it was a lie. Rumors in King's Landing were often twisted or false. Yet the possibility that her brothers were truly lost weighed on her like an iron chain. One evening, Margaery Tyrell approached her in the castle corridors. The Tyrell maiden was renowned for her beauty and poise. She moved with an easy grace, her ladies trailing behind. When Margaery drew near, she dismissed her retinue with a light wave. Sansa almost panicked, wondering if this was some ruse. But Margaery wore a gentle smile, something kind in her eyes. "Your Grace," she said softly. "I hope you do not think me forward, but I noticed you seemed troubled these past weeks. I wanted to see if you were, well." Sansa inclined her head politely. "That is very kind, Lady Margaery. I am as well as one could be. The war weighs on us all." Margaery's eyes flickered with sympathy. "I can scarcely imagine your sorrow hearing such news of Winterfell. I only hope the rumors are not true." Sansa swallowed against the lump in her throat. "I hope so too." A moment of silence passed. Margaery reached out and gently touched Sansa's hand, a surprisingly intimate gesture. "If ever you wish to talk or simply take a walk in the gardens, I would be happy to join you. King's Landing can be a lonely place, even for queens and highborn ladies." Sansa was taken aback by her warmth. She had no reason to trust Marjorie, but something in the Tyrell girl's tone seemed genuine, as if she truly understood how isolating the court could be. Sansa offered a faint, grateful smile. "Thank you, my lady. I should like that very much." Marjorie smiled back, soft and earnest. "Then it's settled. We shall walk in the garden tomorrow morning, if it pleases you." They parted ways, and Sansa felt a small spark of relief. Perhaps Marjorie Tyrell might be an ally, or at least a friend who would offer a bit of kindness in this viper's nest. But she reminded herself that King's Landing was full of alliances that shifted like sand. She could not afford naivety. Still, it was better than another day spent trapped in silence. True to her word, Marjorie met Sansa in the gardens. The hedges and flowering bushes offered a fragrant sanctuary from the oppressive stone corridors. They strolled at a leisurely pace, their guards and ladies close at hand but out of earshot. The morning sun cast a soft glow across the marble paths. Marjorie spoke of Highgarden's beauty, how the Tyrells prided themselves on chivalry and courtesy. She seemed to choose her words carefully, mindful of the watchers. "I do hope your marriage to King Joffrey has not been unduly stressful," Marjorie said at one point, glancing sidelong at Sansa. Her tone was neutral, but there was concern in her eyes. Sansa managed a guarded reply. "Marrying the king is an honor. I do my best to fulfill my duties." Marjorie exhaled as if carefully weighing her next words. "I understand. My family, as you know, is allied with the Lannisters now. We Tyrells have thrown our support behind the crown. We're all expected to maintain appearances. But should you ever feel the need to speak freely, I will listen. You have my word." Sansa felt the weight of her secrets pressing on her. She could not simply confide in Marjorie about Joffrey's threats or the hidden bruises on her arm. Yet the offer of a listening ear was more comfort than she had found elsewhere. "You are very kind," she said. They circled a bed of roses. Bees buzzed softly, and the air smelled of summer blossoms. For a moment, Sansa let herself imagine that they were just two young women strolling in a peaceful orchard. The illusion broke when she thought of Joffrey. She forced her mind back to the conversation, not wanting to appear distant. Marjorie told her a little about the festivities in Highgarden, the musical performances, the traditions around the harvest. Sansa, in turn, recalled the harvest feasts at Winterfell. It was the first time in so long she had spoken of Winterfell's simpler, happier times, its hearty autumn banquets, the laughter by the great hearth. She felt tears threaten but held them back. When they finished their walk, Marjorie touched her hand once more. "I meant what I said," she murmured. "I'd like us to be friends. After all, we ladies must look out for one another." Sansa nodded. "Yes," she whispered, "we must." The days passed with the relentless tide of court life. Petitions, feasts, rumors. Sansa's greatest fear was that Joffrey would demand an heir soon, that he would force her again and again into the role of a broodmare. She steeled herself for that possibility. Thus far, the discussions about an heir were overshadowed by the ongoing war. But if the war turned in Joffrey's favor, or if Cersei grew impatient for a grandson, Sansa knew what demands might follow. She clung to small mercies. Tyrion occasionally steered Joffrey away from her when the Boy King's temper flared. Marjorie invited her to stroll or sit for tea in a pleasant courtyard. Shay, though distant at times, helped her dress each morning and never pried into her sorrow. Sansa learned to bury her grief in tasks. She oversaw a small group of seamstresses who made new banners for the throne room. She penned polite, empty letters to various lords at court. She memorized the names and sigils of lesser houses allied with the crown. All these duties made her outwardly appear the obedient queen. Yet the knowledge of Winterfell's fate gnawed at her. She could not be certain if Bran and Rickon still lived. She had no word from her mother or from Robb, no sign that her letter pleading for surrender had even reached him. The war raged on, and she remained a pawn in King's Landing. The onset of autumn brought cooler breezes to the capital. Cersei organized a lavish tournament to celebrate Joffrey's named day, an event that had been delayed due to the war. Knights from across the Crownlands and the Reach flocked to compete. The city bustled with colorful pavilions, the clang of steel, the raucous cheers of the crowds. Joffrey, enthroned in a special box overlooking the lists, presided with smug pride. Sansa sat beside him, wearing a fine dress of gold silk, face carefully composed. She watched the justs with the same mixture of fascination and dread she always felt at tournaments. It reminded her of a simpler time when she believed in gallant knights fighting for honor. Now she knew how quickly the veneer of honor could peel away to reveal brutality. Still, she applauded politely when a knight tilted well or was unhorsed in spectacular fashion. Joffrey laughed with genuine glee whenever a rider fell hard. Halfway through the day, a fanfare announced the next juster, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. The crowd roared its approval. Sansa had met him briefly, a graceful and handsome knight, though she heard rumors that his affections lay with men. In any case, he was a champion with the lance. Facing him would be a formidable hedge knight from the Stormlands. The two knights rode to opposite ends of the tilt yard. Sansa found herself holding her breath as they charged. They collided in a crash of splintering lances. Ser Loras kept his seat, but the hedge knight toppled and rolled in the dirt. Applause thundered from the stands. Joffrey smirked, turning to Sansa as if expecting her to cheer. She dutifully clapped. When Ser Loras made his victory circuit, he passed near the royal box and bowed low, dedicating his triumph to the king and queen. Joffrey preened. Sansa offered a small smile. Despite her fear of the intrigues swirling around the Tyrells, she couldn't help but admire Loras's prowess and envy the easy camaraderie he seemed to share with Marjorie. She wondered if the Tyrells' closeness might end up a double-edged sword, for in King's Landing, any alliance was fraught with hidden perils. As the tournament continued, Sansa found herself flinching whenever a rider was disarmed or unhorsed. She recalled how Joffrey once forced her to look upon her father's head mounted on a spike, how he had threatened to present her with Robb's head in the same way. Even the spectacle of jousting brought those memories rushing back, for every blow threatened bloodshed. She closed her eyes briefly, fighting a wave of nausea. When the final joust concluded, Joffrey rose to proclaim Ser Loras the champion of his name-day tourney. The Knight of Flowers, beaming, knelt to receive a white cloak embroidered with gold thread. Then came the archery contests, the melees, and more feasting. The day stretched into evening celebrations, replete with music, dancing, and heavy drinking. Sansa went through the motions, mindful always of Joffrey's presence at her side. Any hint of displeasure on his face could lead to dire consequences for her. At one point during the feast, Joffrey grew bored of the dancing and demanded fresh entertainment. A group of dwarfs was brought out to reenact famous battles, riding pigs and goats. The crowd roared with raucous laughter. But Tyrion, scowling, watched from the sidelines. Sansa felt the second-hand humiliation in his glare. These performers were presumably hired to mock dwarfs like him. Joffrey clapped his hands gleefully. Sansa maintained a note. Ral smiled, though the performance disturbed her. She sensed Tyrion's simmering fury. But he said nothing, likely to avoid his nephew's wrath. After the dwarfs concluded their farcical show, Joffrey demanded that Sansa dance again, as she had on their wedding feast night. She felt her stomach twist, but she forced herself to comply. She rose, her face warm, and stepped out onto the floor. The musicians picked up a brisk tune. She danced alone in the center of the hall, the onlookers forming a ring of hungry eyes. She could feel her heart pounding with the memory of how vulnerable she had felt that night at the wedding, spinning under all those stares. But once more, she did not falter. Her steps were graceful, her posture straight. When the dance ended, she offered a low curtsy. Applause rippled around the hall. Joffrey smirked in satisfaction as though she were a trained animal performing tricks. Late into the night, Sansa was finally allowed to withdraw. Tyrion offered to escort her so she would not have to walk alone. She accepted, feeling drained. They made their way through the corridors, the torches sputtering in iron sconces. At her chamber door, she paused and turned to him. "My lord, thank you," she murmured. "I know that you have tried to help." Tyrion offered a lopsided bow. "I do what I can. It's precious little, I fear." He studied her face, and she sensed his pity. "Are you quite all right?" She gave a brittle smile. "I am as I must be." He sighed. "Should you ever need aid, please do not hesitate. My father might not like it, but I will do what I can to intervene." Sansa's eyes stung with tears she refused to shed. "Thank you." Then she slipped inside and closed the door. Shae helped her out of her elaborate gown. Sansa sank onto her bed, exhausted by the day's trials. She could not envision a future beyond this endless dance of caution. Yet a stubborn part of her refused to succumb to despair. She was still a Stark. She clung to that identity even if the lion's sigil adorned her gowns now. If she survived long enough, maybe an opportunity to escape or to influence matters would arise. Until then, she would endure. Weeks turned into months. The war's course ebbed and flowed. Tywin Lannister scored victories against the Stark's allies. Robb won others. The Tyrells consolidated their influence at court, lavishly entertaining key lords. Cersei eyed them warily, suspicious of their growing popularity. Joffrey grew more erratic, lashing out at minor slights. Sansa watched it all from her vantage as queen, saying little, learning much. One morning, news reached the city that Robb Stark had married some foreign noble's daughter in the Riverlands, thereby breaking his betrothal to a daughter of Walder Frey. Sansa heard the gossip swirl through the court. Some called it romantic, others called it foolhardy. Joffrey was delighted by the notion that her brother might anger his own allies, sowing discord among the northern forces. Sansa felt a strange pang of jealousy. Her brother was allowed to marry for love if rumor was correct, while she was forced into a union with her father's killer. But beyond that, she worried about the political consequences. The Freys were notoriously vengeful. This might weaken Robb's position. Another blow to the north. Shortly after this revelation, Sansa was summoned to a gathering in the Royal Solar, where Cersei, Joffrey, Tyrion, and several council members awaited. The mood was tense, the air thick with unspoken conflict. A royal messenger delivered fresh intelligence. Walder Frey had offered to host a wedding for Edmure Tully, Catelyn Stark's brother, at the Twins to mend the rift with Robb. Word was that Robb intended to attend. The entire affair might prove a turning point in the war. Sansa sensed something dark in the undercurrent of the conversation, though no one spoke it outright. After the messenger departed, Cersei exchanged a meaningful look with Joffrey. "It seems your dear brother, the king in the north, is eager to remain friends with Lord Frey," she said, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Joffrey leaned back in his seat, drumming his fingers. "Good. Let him go grovel to that old bridge troll. It won't save him in the end." He shifted his gaze to Sansa as though gauging her reaction. She forced her face to remain neutral. "I only hope fewer lives will be lost." Joffrey snorted. "Lost lives amuse me." Then he rose and strode out, effectively dismissing the gathering. Sansa did not miss the triumphant look on Cersei's face or the uneasy expression Tyrion wore. There was something ominous about the entire exchange, but Sansa could not fathom what. Summer nights gave way to autumn's crisp chill, and the realm braced for winter's eventual approach. Sansa awakened one dawn to the sound of distant horns. From her window, she saw a column of Lannister guards marching out of the gate, banners snapping in the breeze. Rumors abounded that Tywin Lannister had orchestrated a decisive plan to end Robb Stark's rebellion. Days later, a hush fell over the capital when word of the Red Wedding reached the ears of the king and council. Details were murky. Walder Frey had betrayed Robb Stark during the wedding feast at the Twins. Robb was slain, along with many of his lords. Lady Catelyn was also rumored dead, her body cast into the river. House Frey, with Lannister backing, had orchestrated a massacre under the guise of hospitality. Soldiers butchered their guests in the feast hall. It was said the northern banners were drenched in blood, that no quarter was given. Sansa learned the news from Tyrion, who approached her chamber with a grave face. "We need to talk," he said quietly, beckoning her inside. She braced herself, a sense of dread coiling in her gut. He closed the door and cleared his throat. "I don't know how to say this gently. Robb Stark, your mother, they're gone. The Freys turned on them at the wedding feast. It was a slaughter." For a moment, Sansa felt her entire world tilt, as if the floor had vanished beneath her feet. She could not breathe. Then the air rushed back in a painful gasp. She stared at Tyrion, her eyes filling with tears that blurred his form. "No," she whispered. "That can't be. Robb can't he?" Tyrion bowed his head. "I'm sorry." She sank into a chair, her hands shaking. Memories of her mother's comforting arms, of Robb's laughter, flooded her mind. She was alone now, truly alone. Joffrey and Cersei had triumphed. The North's cause lay in ruin. Tears burned her cheeks. She did not care who might see. A raw cry escaped her throat. Tyrion stood there silently, offering no empty platitudes. After a time, Sansa managed to speak. How did it happen? Was it swift?" Tyrion shook his head, his voice faltering. "I don't know all the details. They say Robb was murdered along with his followers. Your lady mother was killed. Some say she went mad with grief before they cut her throat. Walder Frey has sworn fealty to the Lannisters. It's monstrous, but it's done." She felt sick to her very core. Every part of her wanted to scream, to rage, to break something. But all she could do was weep in silent despair. Shay stood off to the side, looking stricken but unsure how to comfort a queen. Tyrion bowed his head, perhaps feeling shame for his family's part in the atrocity. Sansa was not sure how long she cried, burying her face in her hands. Eventually, Tyrion reached out and lightly touched her shoulder. "You must be careful. Joffrey may be excited by this news. He might want to gloat. It would be best if you show no outward defiance." She managed a trembling nod. "I understand." It took all her will to pull herself together. She dried her tears, steadied her breathing, tried to stifle the sobs that threatened to overtake her. Tyrion left quietly, giving her space. Shay brought her a warm cloth to wipe her face. Sansa stared at her reflection in a mirror, red-rimmed eyes, pale cheeks. She felt like a ghost of herself. Her mother, her brother, gone, betrayed under guest right, the most sacred of laws. That afternoon, she was summoned to the throne room. Forcing herself to walk on numb legs, she entered and found Joffrey perched high on the Iron Throne, looking smug. Courtiers milled about, gossiping in hushed tones. She approached, curtsying low, keeping her face composed as best she could. Joffrey beckoned her forward with a cruel smile. "Ah, my queen," he called loud enough for all to hear. "Have you heard the good news? We've crushed the young wolf. The North is leaderless now. Isn't that wonderful?" Sansa's heart pounded. She forced every muscle in her face to remain still. "If it pleases your grace," she said quietly, "I have heard." He slid from the throne and strode closer, the torchlight glinting in his eyes. "No more rebellion," he sneered. "Your traitor brother is dead. Perhaps we should send for his head, so you can gaze upon it like you did your father's." A ripple of laughter ran through the sycophants. Sansa felt nausea rise in her throat. She thought of her father's head on the spike, the memory still a raw wound. Now Joffrey wanted to do the same with Robb. She clenched her fists beneath the folds of her gown, desperate not to scream. "Shall we do that?" Joffrey asked, leaning in as if to share a private joke. "Bring me the young wolf's head, maybe mount it on Grey Wind's body, like they did at the twins." He laughed, referencing the horrifying rumors of Robb's head sewn onto his direwolf's corpse. Sansa could scarcely breathe. She felt dizzy, suffocated by grief and horror. Rage trembled in her limbs, but she held it back. If she lashed out, she would sign her death warrant. If she showed sorrow, he would only gloat more. Summoning every ounce of fortitude, she said in a monotone, "As you wish, my lord husband. I live only to serve." Joffrey's grin broadened, as if disappointed by her lack of tears. "Ha! You have finally learned your place. Good. Then kneel and kiss my hand, and thank me for sparing you." She hesitated a fraction of a second, but then her instincts took over. She dropped to her knees, took his extended hand, and lightly pressed her lips to it. The coarse ridges of his knuckles grazed her mouth. She wanted to recoil in disgust but did not dare. The courtiers snickered or watched with curiosity. Somewhere behind her, she sensed Cersei's presence, a faint hum of satisfaction in the Queen Mother's stance. With that, Joffrey turned away, dismissing her. She rose unsteadily, tears threatening to blur her vision. Yet she held her head high, forcing herself to walk with measured steps out of the throne room. Once she was beyond the massive doors, she leaned against a column, breath shaky. Robb, her mother, gone forever. She was left to endure the torment of her father's killers, bound to them by marriage. She felt an emptiness inside that words could not describe. The days after the Red Wedding were a haze. King's Landing erupted in celebrations for the downfall of the Northern Rebellion. The Lannisters toasted their victory, while the Freys and Boltons consolidated new power in the north. Sansa wandered through an endless string of feasts and ceremonies, each more unbearable than the last, forced to watch Joffrey crow with triumph. The minstrels composed mocking songs about the young wolf, lyrics that made Sansa want to retch. She took to avoiding public gatherings as much as she could without drawing suspicion. Once, she found herself in the castle gardens again, standing before the fountain. The memory of better days felt like a faded dream. She heard a footstep behind her. Marjorie approached, her face somber. Without preamble, she reached out and clasped Sansa's hands. "My queen, I'm so sorry," she whispered. This travesty at the twins, it was unspeakable. I cannot imagine your grief." Sansa shook her head, tears slipping down her cheeks. "They're all gone," she choked out. "My mother, my brother, and my father before them. The Freys butchered them, and the Lannisters rejoice. How can I bear it?" Marjorie squeezed her hands. "I don't know. The cruelty of men can be boundless. But know that I grieve for you. If there's anything I can do..." Sansa choked on a sob. "There is nothing. I'm trapped here, wed to the boy who delights in my family's deaths. Even the gods have forsaken me." Marjorie looked pained, as though she wished she could speak freely but feared the consequences. I wish I had words to comfort you. Perhaps in time some measure of justice will come. The world is unpredictable. Even kings can fall." Sansa sensed the weight behind those words. She nodded, hollow. Perhaps. They stood in silence, the fountain's gentle flow mocking the violence of the world outside. At last, Marjorie stroked Sansa's hair gently, then withdrew with quiet footsteps, leaving Sansa alone in her sorrow. Life went on. Sansa realized now more than ever that she had no champion. The northern armies were broken, her house in shambles. She thought of trying to escape, but where would she go? The roads were watched, the seas patrolled. Even if she made it beyond the city walls, she had no allies to spirit her away. The Eyrie might have been an option, but her Aunt Lisa was strange and unreliable, under Littlefinger's sway. The Tyrells were formidable, but they would not risk their alliance with the Lannisters to help her flee. And Joffrey was exultant. The king's cruelty sharpened with each passing day, fueled by his sense of absolute power. He boasted of further conquests, threatened the remains of House Stark, laughed at the lamentations of the North. Sansa grew adept at feigning submission, her voice calm as she responded, "Yes, my lord husband." To every vile remark, she told herself that her spirit would not break, that she would survive, though at times, in the darkness of her chamber, she despaired. When the official announcement came that Roose Bolton had been named Warden of the North in place of the Starks, Sansa felt a cold resignation. Her family's ancient seat of power had been given to a man who betrayed Robb. Joffrey ordered a grand feast to celebrate the new warden, though Bolton himself remained in the field, too busy subduing the northern lords who had not yet bent the knee. Sansa attended that feast in stony silence, feeling she was only an ornament. Joffrey took every opportunity to leer at her, or to proclaim that the North was finally tamed. The hall erupted in cheers. Sansa tasted bile, and so her life continued, day after day of forced smiles and quiet endurance. She rarely dared to hope that Arya or Bran or Rickon might still live, though on restless nights, she prayed for it with all her heart. She prayed they were far from the Lannisters' claws. Sometimes she whispered to the old gods, even though there was no godwood in King's Landing quite like the one in Winterfell, no heart tree with a face in it. Perhaps the old gods could not hear her in this foreign land. Yet something in her refused to surrender entirely. She remembered her father's quiet sense of honor, the way he faced death without flinching. She remembered her mother's fierce love, Robb's laughter, the memory of the North. Each recollection was a splinter of pain, but also a sliver of resolve. In the midst of the Lannister court, with Joffrey as her husband, she remained a Stark in her soul. She learned to read the subtle signals of power, the alliances shifting among the lords, the ambition that gleamed in Littlefinger's eyes, the cunning watchfulness of Tyrion, the rivalry between Cersei and Marjorie. All these threads she observed, storing the knowledge away. If an opportunity ever arose, if a crack in the Lannisters' hold appeared, she would be ready. Still, the world turned. The War of the Five Kings had largely petered out, with only Stannis Baratheon remaining as a notable threat, though his forces were diminished. The Greyjoys clung to coastal raids. The Tyrells enjoyed their position as favorites in King's Landing, showering the city with food from the Reach. Sansa's place was sealed, a silent captive queen. Some in the city, even among the small folk, pitied her. She heard whisperings in the markets, "Poor girl, that wolf maid, forced to wed the monster king." But pity changed nothing. As the year progressed, Joffrey grew impatient for an heir. He often taunted Sansa about it, demanding that she fulfill her queenly duty. In truth, Sansa dreaded the idea of carrying Joffrey's child. Fear and revulsion coiled in her whenever he came to her chamber. She learned to numb herself, to endure, to disappear into her mind by recalling the snowfall on the towers of Winterfell. It was the only way she could keep from collapsing. If the gods were kind, she would not conceive, not yet. She was still young, her body still delicate, but she knew that if a child came, it would bind her even more tightly to the Lannisters. On a particularly stifling day, rumors flooded the Red Keep that Stannis was mustering strength in the south, forging alliances that might threaten King's Landing again. Joffrey cursed and stamped about, half-eager for another war to prove himself. The small council debated strategies. Sansa, listening quietly, realized how precarious the realm still was. The Lannisters' victory in the north did not ensure total security, and the Iron Throne had many enemies yet. She wondered if that might be her eventual salvation, the fracturing of Lannister power. If one of their enemies grew strong enough, perhaps she could find a way to break free. But even these faint hopes were marred by the knowledge that war brings devastation to countless innocents. She had seen enough death. Yet the alternative, life with Joffrey, felt like a slow death of its own. Seasons wore on. For every rumor that Arya still lived, Sansa heard 3 more that she was certainly dead. Some whispers claimed Bran and Rickon might have escaped Winterfell's fall. Sansa latched onto those rumors, no matter how wild, as a last shred of hope. If even one Stark survived outside these walls, perhaps the bloodline would not end in betrayal and slaughter. Through it all, she kept her composure. She learned to navigate the serpents at court, to exchange pleasantries with those who despised her, to speak carefully even to those who seemed friendly. She was no longer the naive girl who once believed in tales of knights rescuing maidens. She had grown in ways she never wanted to, shaped by fear and loss. Each day, she reminded herself, I am Sansa of House Stark, no matter whose ring I wear. I will endure. And so she did, day by day in the lion's den. The bleak truth of her situation pressed down upon her, but she clung to the faint possibility that destiny might yet shift. In the 7 kingdoms, storms could rise with little warning, and alliances could shatter like thin ice. Perhaps someday the child of House Stark would outlast the cruelty of the Boy King. Perhaps the North remembered, even if it lay battered now. And until that day, she would keep her head high and her spirit unbroken, an ember of winter's resilience in the gilded cage of King's Landing. Sansa woke each morning with a leaden sense of finality pressing down on her. The Red Wedding had changed everything. Her brother was dead, her mother too, their army shattered. Winterfell lay in the hands of traitors. There was no rescue coming from the north, no kindly father to shield her, no loyal brother to challenge the Iron Throne. The knowledge settled in her bones like the chill of a distant winter, and although she still walked the polished corridors of the Red Keep wearing a queen's gowns, her spirit felt as though it were entombed in ice. She learned to hide her anguish beneath a veneer of acquiescence, an impeccable curtsy here, a silent nod there, giving Joffrey no excuse to renew his cruelty. Yet King Joffrey did not need excuses. At unpredictable times, his rages flared, and Sansa dreaded each moment she spent in his company. He might jeer at her grief, drag her into the throne room so she could watch him sentence some hapless petitioner to a gruesome punishment, or force her to endure whispered threats. On other days, he ignored her entirely, turning his attention to hunts in the Kingswood, displays of archery in the courtyard, or luxurious feasts where the finest wines flowed. Sansa told herself that on those days, she was lucky, that it was better to be ignored than to be the target of his spite. And still she longed for even a glimpse of something resembling kindness. There was none. Queen Cersei, though more sophisticated in her malice, displayed no genuine warmth toward Sansa. She sometimes summoned her new daughter-in-law to share idle talk of politics, careful to keep Sansa in her place. They would perch on cushioned chairs in Cersei's solar, sipping sweet wine, while Cersei pontificated about the loyalty, or lack thereof, of various lords. Sansa, face carefully arranged, listened without comment. She had discovered that any opinion she ventured would likely be dismissed. If she spoke of mercy or moderation, Cersei looked at her as though she were a foolish child. If she tried to show knowledge of the North, Cersei reminded her that the North had capitulated, the Boltons had assumed power there, and House Stark was no longer relevant. Thus Sansa's voice remained quiet, her mind turning inward. She endured. That was how she thought of it, day after day, survival through endurance. Her father had once said that winter would always come, and a true Stark had to be resilient as the snows. Sansa repeated that lesson in her own mind whenever despair crowded her heart. Now, more than ever, she had to be strong, no matter how lonely that felt. Occasionally, Tyrion Lannister offered a measure of gentleness. He was the king's uncle, the hand, possessed of a sharper wit than most at court, but also a strange empathy that seemed out of place among his calculating kin. Whenever Joffrey's temper flared at a feast or a council meeting, Tyrion might intervene with some timely jest or pointed remark, redirecting the king's attention. Often, that was enough to spare Sansa some new torment. Privately, Tyrion would ask, "Are you all right?" though he never pressed for details she could not bear to give. Sansa sensed that, within the Game of Thrones, Tyrion was walking a precarious line himself, forever at odds with his sister Cersei and overshadowed by his father Tywin. Even so, the small kindness he showed felt precious. She also had Margaery Tyrell, if it was fair to claim her as a friend. Margaery shared little of her deeper strategies, but she did provide a sympathetic presence. There were occasional walks in the castle gardens or cups of tea in a small courtyard. Margaery would speak softly of how she understood the constraints placed on high-born ladies, how appearances ruled everything. In turn, Sansa confided only those sorrows that were already obvious, how she missed her family, how she felt unmoored in King's Landing's intrigues. Marjorie would nod, compassion in her eyes, but she never openly condemned the Lannisters. She was a Tyrell, after all, allied to the crown. Her loyalty was complicated by her own ambitions. Even so, Sansa found a measure of solace in her company, far preferable to Cersei's or Joffrey's. In the capital, the seasons shifted. Autumn's crisp breezes mellowed, giving way to a damp chill, the harbinger of a winter that might still be years away in full. The war, for the most part, had dwindled. Stannis Baratheon lurked in Dragonstone with a diminished force, the Ironborn still raided northern shores, and pockets of unrest flared. But the vast conflict of the Five Kings no longer raged as it once had. The Lannisters possessed the upper hand. Even so, news of fresh troubles arrived from time to time, banditry near Harrenhal, skirmishes in the Riverlands, rumors of tensions in Dorne. Each rumor set the court aflutter with speculation. The city remained a nest of whispers, a place where a stray word could upend lives. One day, Sansa heard mention of a royal progress being planned. It was said that King Joffrey intended to travel to Highgarden in the coming summer, showing favor to House Tyrell and enjoying a triumphal tour now that his enemies had been crushed. Cersei was uncertain, muttering that the roads must be made safe first, that the king's personal guard must be doubled. But Joffrey had grown bored of the Red Keep. He seemed eager for a triumphant parade through the realm. When Sansa inquired politely whether she was expected to join the progress, Joffrey rolled his eyes. "Of course you'll come," he said. "Don't imagine I'd leave my wife behind. Mother says we must display a united front, queen and king, so no one questions my authority. You'll do your duty." Sansa only curtsied and replied, "Yes, my lord husband." In truth, her stomach twisted at the notion of traveling the highways in Joffrey's presence, but she could not refuse. The next few weeks passed in uneasy preparation. Courtiers jockeyed for positions in the retinue. Servants were instructed to assemble wagons of provisions, bolts of cloth for new finery, barrels of wine, and casks of fresh water. The Tyrells were rumored to be arranging grand receptions, tournaments, and feasts. Sansa, numb to the spectacle, helped the royal tailors select fabrics for her own traveling clothes. She tried to tell herself that at least a journey might offer fresh air and open roads, a chance to see the countryside, though she knew Joffrey's presence would overshadow all. While the city bustled, Sansa received an unexpected visit from Petyr Baelish. She was seated in her solar, reviewing some notes about the upcoming progress, lists of ladies who would accompany her, instructions for which gifts the queen should bestow at each stop, when a page announced Lord Baelish's arrival. The very mention of his name made Sansa's skin prickle. She remembered all too well how he had once betrayed her father. He entered with his characteristic smile, bowing low. "My queen, how radiant you look. May I offer my congratulations on your continued grace at court." She forced herself to remain polite. "Lord Baelish," she replied quietly. "I hope you are well." "Well enough, my lady, well enough." He took a seat unbidden, as if entirely at ease. "I hear the king plans a grand progress. Are you looking forward to it?" Sansa set her notes aside, keeping her tone measured. "I look forward to fulfilling my duties, of course." He tilted his head, a calculating gleam in his eye. "Ah yes, duties. Such a merciless world we live in, when one so young must bear so many responsibilities." He studied her face. "If ever you need a guidance, I hope you will remember my offer of assistance. We are friends, are we not?" Sansa's heart tightened. She remembered that day months ago when he'd stood in her solar and hinted he was her ally. Yet she did not trust him. She recalled her mother's warnings. Petyr Baelish was clever, manipulative, always seeking advantage. "I thank you," she murmured, "but all is well enough." He gave a low chuckle. "Is it?" His voice dropped to a conspiratorial hush. "Forgive me for saying so, my queen, but I see more sorrow than contentment in your eyes. Of course, the tragedies that befell your house are not easily forgotten. And your husband, well, Joffrey is not exactly the soul of kindness." She stiffened, glancing at the door in alarm. If someone overheard him speak so freely about Joffrey's failings, it could provoke lethal consequences. But Baelish only smiled more widely, as though certain no one would eavesdrop. He continued, "I merely want you to know that there are ways out of every cage, should one be bold enough. Sansa took a slow breath, struggling to remain calm. She sensed the dangerous edge in his words. Baelish was offering her an escape route, or at least claiming he might. But the cost would be high. She had no illusions that Peter Baelish did anything without personal gain in mind. Her voice trembled despite her efforts. "And what would you gain by helping me, my lord?" A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. "Why, the satisfaction of honoring your mother's memory, of course. Lady Catelyn once meant a great deal to me. If I can assist her daughter in any way, that is reward enough." She did not believe him for a second. Yet a small part of her could not help but wonder if he did indeed have the means to whisk her away. Perhaps he could spirit her to the Vale, to her aunt's domain. Then again, Lisa Tully was rumored to be half-mad these days, enthralled by Baelish's influence. Would that truly be better than King's Landing? "I must consider your words," she managed. "I can't simply act on such suggestions without caution." He inclined his head. "Of course, my queen. Caution is wise. Should you ever find yourself ready, you will know how to contact me." Then he rose, offered a final bow, and slipped out, leaving the faint scent of his perfume in the air. Sansa felt shaken. She knew she could not simply trust Baelish. But the notion of an escape, was it truly impossible? The roads were thick with Lannister guards. The watchers that ringed the city gates would hardly let Joffrey's wife vanish unnoticed. She would need cunning and a well-prepared plan if ever she decided to flee. And if she were caught, Joffrey's retribution would be horrifying. She pushed the thought from her mind, at least for now. Instead, she focused on the practicalities of the upcoming journey. Shortly before the procession was to depart, Tyrion approached her in the corridor outside the library. He looked weary, as if the burdens of being hand-weighed on him. "My queen," he said quietly, "I wanted to advise you of something. Be wary on this progress. Traveling outside the capital can be dangerous. Bandits, resentful small folk, anyone who might blame the king for their hardships. Joffrey may relish the idea of a triumphant tour, but the real world is not so forgiving as the Red Keep sycophants." She nodded, grateful for the warning. "I will keep that in mind." "Thank you, my lord." He pursed his lips. "Also, I suspect the Tyrells will use this opportunity to show off their prosperity. Expect many feasts, many attempts to dazzle the king, and perhaps to overshadow the Lannisters in the eyes of the small folk. Your presence as queen will be central. Cersei might see that as a threat and push you to stay near her side at all times." Sansa absorbed this. So there could be tension between the Queen Mother and House Tyrell. More than usual. A crooked smile tugged at Tyrion's mouth. Indeed, they're allies of convenience after all. Each wants the power and admiration that come with saving a war-torn kingdom from famine. "Keep your eyes open." She thanked him again. He nodded gravely, then hurried off, no doubt to some council session or another. His words only confirmed what she already knew. The realm was never short of plots, especially among high lords who craved influence. As queen, she would be a key piece, displayed for all to see. In truth, she felt more like a marionette. The Lannisters tugged one string, the Tyrells another, and Baelish lingered at the edges, whispering of escape. She wondered if she would ever truly be free. The day of departure dawned with pale light. Sansa rose early, letting Shae dress her in a traveling gown of heavy silk trimmed with subtle gold. Outside, the royal procession assembled in the Red Keep's courtyard. Dozens of gold-cloaked guards, lines of pack horses and wagons, various lords and ladies on horseback. The banners of House Baratheon Lannister fluttered in the breeze, as did the golden rows of House Tyrell for those Tyrell lords accompanying the journey. Even in King's Landing's early morning hush, the courtyard was a riot of color and sound, bustling with the final rush of preparations. Sansa was ushered to a grand carriage decorated with the combined sigils of House Stark and House Baratheon, though the dire wolf was overshadowed by the crowned stag. She noted that Joffrey would ride on horseback in his gleaming armor, leading a column of knights. Cersei had her own smaller carriage, a retinue of ladies, and the Kingsguard riding beside her. Margaery Tyrell, along with her ladies, planned to ride in an open palanquin at various intervals, though she would also sometimes share a carriage with other highborn women. The entire train numbered in the hundreds, a spectacle no doubt meant to impress. When a herald blew a trumpet, Joffrey signaled the procession to move. The city gates swung wide. Sansa sat stiffly in her carriage, feeling the wheels lurch beneath her. Gold cloaks cleared the streets, and the throng of onlookers parted. Many cheered, though perhaps from fear rather than genuine adoration. Children gawked, merchants pressed forward, hoping for a glimpse of the king. Sansa peeked through the curtained window. She saw some faces that were sullen or resentful, yet the hush of the king's guard kept any unrest at bay. They passed under the massive archway that led onto the main road. King's Landing fell behind them, replaced by the rolling countryside. The first few days of travel were mercifully uneventful. They slept in well-appointed tents or in the keeps of local lords who vied for the king's favor. At each stop, Joffrey was greeted with elaborate welcomes, banquets that spilled late into the night. Sansa sat beside him at the high table, responding to every introduction with forced politeness. Some lords, particularly older ones, were courteous to her, addressing her as Your Grace and inquiring if she missed the north. She answered as diplomatically as possible. Others barely hid their contempt, seeing her as the daughter of a traitor who had threatened the throne. She smiled through it, remembering that one false word could end in a swift punishment. Joffrey quickly grew bored of routine welcomes. He demanded hunts in nearby forests, forcing local lords to supply game. He insisted on archery contests for his amusement, requiring Sansa to stand by, clapping at each arrow. Once he ordered her to shoot a target herself, thrusting a short bow into her hands with a mocking grin. Sansa had little skill with the weapon. Archery was more Arya's domain, but she did her best to comply. The arrow flew wide of the mark and landed in the grass. Joffrey let out a condescending laugh, while the courtiers echoed his mirth. Sansa simply lowered the bow, cheeks burning. She was not a warrior, nor could she pretend to be. Another day endured. Eventually, the procession arrived in the Reach. Lush fields stretched out on either side of the road, dotted with crops and orchards. The difference was stark compared to the war-ravaged lands they had passed further north. Here, the Tyrell bannermen thrived, and the banners of the Golden Rose fluttered on many a tower. Small folk lined the roads to watch the king's passage. Some tossed flower petals at the carriages. Margaery's presence was more prominent. Local villagers clamored to glimpse the Tyrell maiden they admired. Sansa saw how Joffrey preened at the adulation, believing the cheers were for him alone. Before reaching Highgarden, they stopped at several smaller lordly seats. At each, extravagant feasts awaited. Sansa soon discovered that the Reach prided itself on hospitality, producing lavish courses of honey cakes, roasted fowl with lemon sauce, fruit tarts, and sweet wines. Joffrey reveled in these indulgences, praising the lords who outdid themselves. Cersei watched everything with a hawk's gaze, seldom smiling but always taking note. One evening, at Lord Meadows's estate, Sansa found herself seated beside Margaery at a lesser banquet table. Joffrey was at the high dais, presiding over toasts and shouting for more wine, while a trio of minstrels played. Margaery leaned over, speaking softly so others would not overhear. "Are you faring well, Your Grace?" Margaery asked. "You look pale." Sansa managed a wan smile. "I'm just weary from all the travel." Which was partly true, though her weariness ran deeper than physical fatigue. Margaery touched Sansa's hand discreetly under the table. "Soon we'll be at Highgarden. My grandmother, the Lady Olenna, will welcome the king in style. But she also has a private courtyard she loves, quite serene. I'd be honored if you would join me for a few moments of quiet there." Sansa nodded, grateful for the suggestion. Even a short reprieve from the constant noise and eyes of the court would be a balm. "That would be lovely. Thank you, Lady Margaery." Margaery cast a glance at Joffrey, who was roaring with laughter at some coarse joke from Lord Meadows. Then she leaned in again, her voice barely above a whisper. "I must ask, how do you manage the king's temper? I know he can be capricious." The question startled Sansa, for no one had ever asked her so directly. She considered how to respond. Truthfully, she managed it by being silent, meek, doing her best to anticipate his moods. Yet Margaery's eyes held concern. Did she suspect what Sansa endured behind closed doors? Sansa's voice emerged hushed. "He's my husband. I try to please him. That's all I can do." A flicker of something passed across Margaery's expression, pity or frustration at the constraints they both faced. Then she gave a faint nod, her face smoothing into a more public composure as others turned their attention toward them. They soon arrived at Highgarden, a castle famed for its beauty. Its outer walls rose gracefully above the Mandar River, with gardens terraced all along the slopes. Flowers of every hue bloomed in carefully tended beds, perfuming the air. Sansa could almost imagine she was in a fairy tale scene, if not for the ever-present tension. Joffrey's retinue was greeted by Ser Loras Tyrell and a company of knights clad in shining armor, their surcoats emblazoned with golden roses. A large crowd of small folk had gathered outside the gates, cheering for both King Joffrey and for Margaery, who was, in truth, far more beloved in these parts. They all proceeded into the courtyard, where Lady Olenna Tyrell awaited in a high-backed chair, her face half hidden by a wimple. Beside her stood Lord Mace Tyrell, Marjorie's father, a portly man with a booming laugh. Lady Olenna greeted Joffrey with arch courtesy, then turned to Sansa, her eyes shrewd. "Welcome to Highgarden, my dear," the old woman said. "I do hope the journey wasn't too hard on you. These roads can be dreadfully dusty." Sansa curtsied, mindful of protocol. "Thank you, my lady. I'm honored to see your famed gardens at last." Olenna nodded, letting out a small hum. "Yes, they are quite something, aren't they? Perhaps you'll join me for a stroll once you've had a moment to rest." She cast a sharp glance at Joffrey as if to check whether he would object. He seemed too busy exchanging pleasantries with Mace Tyrell to care, so Olenna offered Sansa a thin-lipped smile. "Good. We'll have a chat, you and I." With that, the visitors were ushered into the castle's interior for a formal welcome feast. Highgarden's great hall was awash in candlelight and bright floral tapestries. Long tables groaned with roast meats, fresh-baked breads, bowls of berries, and flagons of sweet gold wine. Musicians played soft melodies while the newly arrived guests settled onto benches. Joffrey and Cersei were shown to the dais where they sat with Lady Olenna and Lord Mace. Tyrion, Marjorie, and other High Lords were nearby. Sansa found herself between Ser Loras and another Tyrell cousin, a polite though forgettable young man. The meal was pleasant enough at first, with conversation focused on the wonders of the Reach. Joffrey boasted of his skill at hunting, claiming he would best any Tyrell man in the field. Ser Loras replied with courteous remarks, though Sansa sensed tension behind his polite smile. Cersei engaged Lord Mace in talk of the city's governance, deflecting his hints that the Tyrells should have more say in King's Landing's affairs. Through it all, Lady Olenna chimed in with the occasional barbed quip, ignoring Joffrey's scowls. At length, the sweet course arrived, delectable honey-drizzled pastries. Joffrey demanded that Sansa taste one and feed him a morsel. His request, or rather his command, came with an undercurrent of mockery, as though reminding her of her humiliating role. Sansa carefully picked up a small pastry, trembling inside, and placed it against his lips. The hall watched, some amused, some embarrassed. Joffrey took a bite, eyes gleaming. "Delicious," he declared, loud enough for all to hear. Then he pinched Sansa's chin, his grip harder than necessary. She forced a serene smile, ignoring the sting. The watchers looked on, some laughing at the spectacle, others exchanging uneasy glances. When the feast ended, Sansa withdrew to the chambers assigned to her. They were airy rooms with windows overlooking the rose gardens, the furniture carved in flowing, organic shapes. She found it beautiful, but beauty meant little when she was a captive. She sat on the window seat, letting Shay unfasten her gown. Below, she saw flickers of torchlight among winding garden paths. It was easy to imagine Highgarden as a place of gentle romance, yet she was here with a king who had murdered her father and threatened her family. Closing her eyes, she breathed in the faint perfume of roses on the night breeze. For the barest moment, she felt a pang of longing, how she used to dream of marrying a handsome prince and visiting enchanting castles. This was that dream's hollow, twisted reflection. The next morning, Lady Olenna summoned her as promised. Sansa followed a servant down a winding corridor into a secluded courtyard, enclosed by tall hedges. Sunlight fell in dappled patterns across a mosaic-tiled floor where a small table had been set with tea and small cakes. Lady Olenna sat there, leaning on her cane. Marjorie was present too, standing by a trellis of climbing roses. "Sit, child," Olenna said briskly, gesturing to a cushioned chair. Sansa obeyed, folding her hands in her lap. Olenna fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "Well, I've seen caged birds before, but you look positively stoic for one so young. I suppose one must keep up appearances when perched in King's Landing." Sansa swallowed, unsure how candid she could be. "It's kind of you to invite me here, my lady." Marjorie came forward to pour the tea. "Grandmother felt you might enjoy some respite from prying eyes." She offered Sansa a gentle smile. "I've told her how difficult court can be." Olenna pursed her lips. "Indeed. And we Tyrells know better than most how to navigate the viper's nest." She tapped her cane on the ground. "Now, I'm not here to wheedle out your secrets, child, but I'd be a fool not to notice how the king treats you." Her voice hardened. "I also know the Lannisters hold you in their claws for reasons of their own, political, no doubt. Poor dear. Your father was a good man, whatever else they might say." Sansa's eyes stung. She cast a glance at Marjorie, who looked sympathetic but did not speak. Sansa's voice trembled. "Thank you, my lady. My father. I miss him every day. I imagine so. And your brother, the young wolf, murdered at that dreadful wedding." Olenna shook her head in disgust. "Oh, Walder Frey is a monstrous man, and the Lannisters know better for abetting it. Mark my words, that sort of treachery leaves a stain." Sansa could only nod, blinking back tears. She found Lady Olenna's frankness surprising, even bracing, but it unnerved her as well. Such talk was dangerous if repeated in the wrong company. Olenna sighed. All this to say, I'm not blind to your plight, but my granddaughter insists you have a good heart. She would see you safe from the worst of it if possible. The question is, how far can that effort truly go? She paused, taking a sip of tea. You are the queen, after all. The Lannisters won't let you slip away easily. An uncertain spark flared in Sansa's chest. Was Lady Olenna implying that the Tyrells might help her if she attempted to leave? She recalled Baelish's cryptic hints of escape. Yet trusting anyone in this game was a gamble. She inhaled softly. I appreciate your concern, but you must know King Joffrey will never release me from my marriage vows. Marjorie set down the teapot. There are ways that circumstances might change, she said, her eyes flicking briefly to Olenna. It's the nature of power in Westeros. Kings rise and fall. Alliances shift. A hush stretched. Sansa's pulse quickened. She thought of how King Robert had died unexpectedly, how the war had thrown everything into chaos. Was it possible that the Tyrells had begun to imagine a world without Joffrey on the throne? She dared not speak it aloud. Even a whisper of regicide was the most perilous talk of all. And yet the subtext lingered in the air like a heavy perfume. Olenna cleared her throat. For now, child, do what you must to survive. Play your part. But know that you are not without watchers who take your side. Perhaps the day will come when your role in this realm shifts again. It was as much of a promise as Sansa would get. She bowed her head, both grateful and frightened. Thank you, my lady, she whispered. They spoke no further of such dangerous matters. Instead, Olenna discussed the preparations for the lavish festivities Highgarden intended to hold in Joffrey's honor. Marjorie commented on the floral arrangements, the planned masquerade ball in the lower garden, and the various gifts that would be presented. Sansa responded politely, though her mind churned with unspoken questions. By the time she left the courtyard, her emotions were in turmoil. She could sense currents beneath the surface. House Tyrell had grown powerful, and they might well have reason to undermine Joffrey's rule if it served their interests. Perhaps, in their eyes, Sansa's captivity might be used as a bargaining chip or an opportunity for them to play the savior. She could not be sure. Still, a small flicker of hope had ignited. If the Tyrells were indeed conspiring, it might spell Joffrey's downfall. But would it also lead to hers? The days in Highgarden passed in a rush of feasts, hunts, and entertainments. Joffrey hunted boar in the nearby forests, returning flushed with triumph, proclaiming he had slain the largest beast in the region. The local lords cheered, though Sansa guessed that the real heavy lifting had been done by skilled huntsmen. Joffrey dragged the carcass to the castle gates in a cart, demanding that Sansa come to admire his kill. She forced a tight smile, praising him in a gentle voice. Inside, she felt numb. She had learned to feign admiration for everything he did, his hunts, his archery, his unending vanity, anything to keep him pacified. A masquerade ball was planned for the final night of the visit. Lanterns were hung throughout the lower garden, illuminating the hedges with soft, shifting light. Musicians tuned their instruments in a corner. Servants laid out tables of refreshments, wine in silver pitchers, platters of fresh fruits, sugared lemon slices, spiced cakes. Masks of every color and shape were distributed to the attending lords and ladies. Foxes, lions, peacocks, harts, even a few cunning designs resembling dragons. Sansa was given a graceful mask shaped like a swan, painted in pale pearlescent hues. She fastened it over her eyes, letting the ribbons tie behind her head, her auburn hair falling in loose waves around her shoulders. She wore a gown of smoky blue silk that swirled around her ankles. Joffrey had chosen a mask fashioned like a snarling lion, golden filigree covering half his face, though he quickly grew tired of wearing it and cast it aside. The king wanted everyone to see his features, to bask in recognition. The dancing began. Couples glided across a mosaic court, the light of lanterns reflecting off jeweled gowns and polished armor. Joffrey beckoned Sansa to dance, and she had no choice but to comply. He took her hand and led her in a stately measure. She went through the steps, aware of how stiffly he moved. He was not a graceful dancer, but no one would dare comment. She gave him what small smile she could manage. Her heart hammered with anxiety, for even a small misstep might provoke his scorn. But he was in a decent mood. The day's revels and flattery had appeased him. After the dance ended, Joffrey drifted off to speak with some reach lords. Sansa retreated to the edge of the garden, breathing in relief. She watched from a distance as the courtiers laughed and drank, a swirl of color and music. Then she heard a soft voice behind her. "My queen, She turned to find Ser Loras Tyrell, wearing a graceful half-mask adorned with silver leaves. He bowed politely. Sansa could not help feeling a pang of memory. She had once admired Ser Loras so deeply, dazzled by his knightly bearing. Now she knew the illusions of chivalry could be cruelly deceptive. But Loras himself still seemed courteous, if distant. "Ser Loras," she said softly, inclining her head, "you dance beautifully. I've watched you." He gave a small laugh. "I'm flattered, though you are kind to say so. Are you enjoying the ball?" Sansa hesitated. She could hardly admit her distress. "It is most impressive," she settled on, gesturing to the lantern-lit surroundings. He studied her face. "I imagine this must all feel strange to you, being so far from your home. I'm sorry for all you've suffered." The sincerity in his voice touched her, but she remained cautious. "Thank you. I appreciate your sympathy." He glanced around to be sure no one was listening. Then he lowered his voice. "If there is anything you need, or if King Joffrey—" He paused, as though uncertain how far to go. "My sister has told me of her worries. I wish I could offer more than words." A wave of emotion fluttered in her chest. Gratitude, sadness, confusion. "You're kind," she managed, "but be careful. If the king suspects you of disloyalty—" She did not finish. They both knew how swiftly Joffrey could exact vengeance on perceived enemies. Loras inclined his head in understanding. "We Tyrells are not fools, my queen, but nor are we heartless." With that, he offered his arm. "Would you honor me with a dance?" She glanced anxiously across the crowd. Joffrey was preoccupied, engrossed in conversation with Marjorie's father and some other courtiers. Perhaps he would not mind, or if he did, he might lash out. But she could not refuse Ser Loras's polite invitation without causing a stir. So she placed her hand on his arm, allowing him to lead her back onto the lantern-lit floor. They danced a slower measure this time, stepping in time with the lilting music of harp and flute. She felt Loras's hand, steady at her waist, and tried to recall how once, long ago, she had daydreamed of dancing with him under romantic moonlight. But the reality was overshadowed by all the sorrow since. Still, for the space of a few turns, she found a tiny pocket of grace, letting the music guide her feet. She glimpsed Marjorie across the garden, dancing with some other lord, casting a knowing look their way. The Tyrell siblings truly did seem aligned in wanting to help her, though to what end she could not be certain. When the dance finished, Loras bowed and led her off the floor. Before he could say anything else, Joffrey reappeared, a half-drunk flush coloring his cheeks. His stare flicked between them. Loras released Sansa's arm at once. "So," Joffrey said, voice sharpened by wine, "my queen is dancing with the Knight of Flowers?" Ser Loras bowed smoothly. "Your Grace, only a friendly dance. I am at your service." Joffrey sniffed. "Friendly, yes. Just remember your place, Ser." He seized Sansa's wrist, steering her away. She cast an apologetic glance at Loras, but he only gave a polite dip of the head. Joffrey led Sansa to a private corner behind a statue of a marble stag. There, the flickering lanterns cast jagged shadows over his face. "You'd rather dance with that pretty knight than with your own husband, wouldn't you?" he demanded, his words slurring slightly. Her pulse raced. "No, my lord husband." He asked, "And I thought you wouldn't mind." He gripped her chin. "I mind plenty." His voice was low with anger. "I saw the way you looked at him. You're my wife, not some reach whore to be pawed by your old crush." He sneered. "I remember how you used to fawn over him. Disgusting." She froze, realizing that Joffrey had not forgotten those early days when she was smitten with Ser Loras's gallantry. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I only danced because—" He cut her off with a tight squeeze of her jaw, making her wince. "Don't ever forget who owns you. If I catch you throwing eyes at Ser Loras again, I'll feed him to my hounds." "Understood." A tremor of panic shot through her. She forced a nod, tears threatening. "Yes, my lord husband," she managed, her voice barely audible. He released her, gave a contemptuous smirk, then stormed back into the crowd, leaving her trembling. She stood by the statue for a moment, trying to steady her breathing, wiping at the silent tears that pricked her eyes. The ball's music drifted over her, mocking and light. She wanted to leave, to hide away in her chamber, but she had to return to the revel or risk drawing attention. Summoning her composure, she smoothed her skirt, drew a shaky breath, and stepped out among the dancers once more, wearing her forced queenly grace like a mask. In the days after the masquerade, the atmosphere in Highgarden grew slightly tenser. Sansa sensed that Joffrey's temper lurked just below the surface, fueled by wine and pride. She avoided any further closeness with Loras. Marjorie, too, seemed more cautious, as though suspecting that Joffrey's paranoia might spark at any moment. Lady Olenna watched everything with her sharp eyes, occasionally making cryptic remarks about seeds being planted. Sansa felt like she was walking a narrow ledge, the slightest slip threatening disaster. Eventually, the royal party departed Highgarden, continuing their progress through other parts of the Reach. Sansa left the Grand Castle with a mix of sorrow and relief. The glimpses of possible aid she'd found there seemed overshadowed by the reminder that Joffrey's cruelty had no leash. She dreaded the long journey back to King's Landing, where the Red Keep's claustrophobic corridors would once again entrap her. But life on the road brought its own hardships. Late summer storms battered the columns of riders, turning roads to mud. Villages along the route were sometimes less eager to celebrate the king's arrival. Sansa overheard small folk muttering about higher taxes, about rumored famine if the next harvest failed. Still, none dared openly defy the king, not with his armed retinue so visible. One afternoon, the caravan halted at a small holdfast to rest. Rumors swirled that bandits had struck a nearby hamlet. Joffrey, bored and eager for a show of might, declared he would ride out to see these outlaws punished. He summoned a handful of knights and demanded that Sansa accompany him as witness. She tried to beg off, claiming exhaustion, but he insisted. They rode down a muddy track flanked by gold cloaks. Eventually, they found a cluster of thatch roof huts partially burned. The smell of smoke and charred wood lingered. Peasants peered out in terror from behind shuttered windows. Joffrey demanded that they come forward to explain the bandits' assault. A trembling elder emerged, explaining that the outlaws had fled into the nearby woods. Joffrey sneered, proclaiming he would hunt them down. Sansa's spine chilled. He was doing this partly to impress her, to flaunt his power. She sat atop her mare, praying no confrontation would occur. But Joffrey spurred his horse toward the tree line, hollering for the knights to follow. They crashed into the woods, snapping branches underhoof. The peasants scattered, likely fearing an even worse fate if they lingered in the king's path. Sansa had no choice but to ride after him, her heart hammering. The pursuit ended in a copse near a trickling stream. There, they found two ragged men cowering by a rock. At the sight of the king's party, the men bolted, but a crossbowman in Joffrey's escort brought one of them down with a quarrel to the leg. The other stumbled into the stream and was dragged out by two knights. Joffrey dismounted, exhilarated, and declared that these were the criminals who had harassed the hamlet. Sansa could see the men were thin, desperate, wearing scraps of leather. One wept in pain from the crossbow bolt. The other clutched at a bruised arm, babbling pleas that they'd only stolen bread to survive. Joffrey's face twisted in contempt. "Bandits," he spat. "You dare bring chaos to my realm? I should mount your heads on spikes by the holdfast gates." The wounded man groaned. Sansa felt her stomach churning. She wanted to turn away, but Joffrey caught her wrist, pulling her off her horse. She staggered, nearly falling in the mud. He forced her to stand beside him, gesturing to the captured men. "Look, my queen," he sneered, "this is what disloyalty to the crown looks like. Thieves. Killers. Shall I grant them your precious mercy? Or do you see now why we must be ruthless?" She trembled. The men's eyes were wild with terror. One gasped, "My lord, we only took a bit of grain. Our families starve." Joffrey slapped him across the face with a gloved hand. "Shut your mouth. We're not your my lord. We're your king. And we'll have your life for this insult." He looked at Sansa, a vicious spark in his eyes. "You pass sentence." Her heart nearly stopped. "What?" she whispered. He seized her hand, pressing a dagger into it, the hilt cold against her palm. "You do it," he commanded, voice thick with excitement. "You say we must show mercy or justice or the rest of your mewling nonsense. So show us. Pass your queenly judgment. If you have the courage, deliver their punishment." She stared at the dagger, horror flooding her veins. He wanted her to execute these men personally or else beg him to do it. Either way, it was a twisted display of power. She could barely speak. I can't." He tightened his grip on her wrist, forcing the dagger up. "Yes, you can. If you don't, I'll have the knights kill them slowly and I'll make you watch every moment. Is that what you want?" The men sobbed, groveling in the dirt. Sansa's mind reeled. She could not kill them. She had no skill or desire for bloodshed. Yet if she refused, Joffrey would do worse. She turned a pleading look on the knights, but none met her gaze. They knew better than to interfere. In the throes of panic, she found her voice. "Mercy," she whispered, tears slipping down her cheeks. I grant them mercy. Let them live." Joffrey's eyes narrowed in disappointment, but also a certain glee. "Fine," he said, ripping the dagger from her hand. "We'll mark them as thieves." He beckoned one of the knights. "Carve a sigil of the crown on their foreheads with a hot iron, so all may know them as branded criminals. Then let them crawl away." The men howled in terror. Sansa felt sick. She wanted to protest this brutality, but she knew if she did, it might escalate further. Joffrey gave her a triumphant, mocking grin as though he'd proven how mercy was worthless. He flung the dagger aside. "Now you see, my sweet wife," he said, leaning close so only she could hear, "mercy is for the weak. Remember that, or you'll be the next to suffer." She thought of her father's words, the one who passes the sentence should swing the sword. How he had insisted upon that code of honor. But here was Joffrey's twisted inversion of it, forcing her to witness cruelty she could neither halt nor condone. She stood trembling as the knights dragged the men away. Joffrey let out a harsh laugh, turned on his heel, and mounted his horse. Sansa's face burned with shame and helpless rage, tears tracking down her cheeks. She climbed back onto her mare, refusing to let anyone see her break down further, praying the old gods would somehow hear her pleas and bring an end to this nightmare. They returned to the main caravan. Joffrey recounted the event with laughter, boasting of how the queen had shown mercy by having the thieves branded. Some knights cheered, as if it were a grand joke. Sansa said nothing, staring at the ground. Inwardly, her spirit writhed. She had never felt so powerless or so used. At last, weeks later, the royal retinue approached King's Landing once more. The city's walls rose in the distance, the red roofs and towers shining in the slant of afternoon sun. The scene should have been majestic, but to Sansa it felt like walking back into a cage. She had endured enough cruelty on the road to remind her that inside or outside the capital, she was still Joffrey's prisoner. The procession entered the city with pomp. Crowds lined the streets, cheering the king's return. Joffrey drank in the adulation, waving from his horse, while Cersei and Tyrion rode behind him. Sansa remained in her carriage, curtains drawn to hide her from the throng. At the gates of the Red Keep, she was led out. Servants bustled to unload trunks and crates. She thought she caught a glimpse of Peter Baelish among the throng in the courtyard, smiling thinly as if to remind her he was still there, still ready to offer his help. She returned to her old chambers, the same lavish prison she had left behind. Everything looked the same, as though she had never gone. The walls of pale stone, the heavy drapes, the polished table with its silver mirror, nothing had changed. She sank into a chair by the window, exhausted from the journey, the nightmares of the bandits' branding still raw in her mind. Shay quietly appeared, asking if she needed anything. Sansa shook her head, wanting only solitude. In the following weeks, King's Landing resumed its old rhythms. The small council met, discussing news of raids on the coasts, rebellious lords in the Riverlands, and the continuing presence of Stannis on Dragonstone. Cersei resumed her private gatherings of court ladies, where subtle barbs and alliances were traded over wine. Tyrion dived into administrative tasks. The Tyrells maintained a strong presence in the city, ensuring a steady supply of food to the markets and throwing occasional feasts for the small folk to bolster their popularity. Joffrey, for his part, alternated between bouts of restlessness and cruel amusements. Sansa heard him boasting about a new crossbow he'd commissioned. She lived in fear of the day he might decide to try it out on something more than practice targets. Often, she tried to fade into the background, fulfilling ceremonial roles at his side, but rarely speaking beyond polite commonplaces. She found it safer to be as invisible as possible. Yet the memory of Lady Olenna's words nagged at her. Perhaps the day will come when your role in this realm shifts again. There was talk at court of an upcoming wedding for Joffrey's uncle Tyrion. Some arrangement Tywin Lannister was rumored to be pushing. There were also rumors that Margaery Tyrell herself might desire a more formal tie to the crown beyond Sansa's presence. Sansa was not sure how that might take shape. She only knew the Tyrells would not sit idle if they believed the Lannisters vulnerable. Late one evening, Sansa was summoned by Joffrey to his solar, an invitation she could not refuse. She found him sprawled in a carved chair, idly polishing a slender new crossbow. He looked up with a lazy smirk. "Come closer," he ordered. She approached, her stomach twisting. He lifted the crossbow to eye level, aiming at her for a heartbeat before turning it aside. "Do you like it? I had it forged from the finest steel." The mechanism is quite smooth. She forced a tight nod. It is well crafted, my lord husband. He set it aside, leaning forward. I've been thinking, Sansa. You're my wife. But what good is that if you never give me an heir? Her blood went cold. She had feared this topic would come eventually. She'd managed to avoid pregnancy thus far, possibly from stress or youth or sheer luck. But if he was growing impatient, she spoke carefully, summoning an even tone. I will do my duty, your grace. Sometimes the gods take time to bless a couple with children. He gave a short, humorless laugh. That's what mother says. But I don't like waiting. You've been queen for many moons now, and still no child. Perhaps you're barren. Her cheeks burned. My mother had 5 living children, your grace. I doubt. He cut her off with a sneer. Don't talk about your mother. The memory of Catelyn's fate hovered, unspoken. He drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair, frowning. We need an heir, Sansa. If you cannot provide one, maybe I'll find another way. Perhaps I'll take a mistress, or set you aside, if that's even possible. We wouldn't want a worthless queen, would we? Her heart thundered. If he set her aside, what would become of her? In the 7 kingdoms, a royal annulment was rare and would strip her of even the thin veneer of protection she possessed. He could send her to a dungeon or force her into a convent or use her as a bargaining chip in some new alliance. Or kill her. The tension in her chest felt suffocating. He rose, crossing to stand before her, hooking a finger under her chin. I expect you to try harder, he said softly, menace in his tone. I want an heir in that belly, and soon. Or I'll find other amusements. She bit back a wave of revulsion and fear. Yes, my lord husband, she whispered. He studied her eyes as if searching for defiance, then seemed satisfied and released her. Go, he ordered, waving a hand as though dismissing a servant. She backed away, curtsied, and fled the solar. All the next day, her mind swirled with dread. Joffrey's vow to secure an heir only solidified her sense that time was running out. If she did not conceive soon, who knew what vile plan he might hatch? And if she did conceive, she would be shackled to him forever through a child of his blood, a child that might inherit his cruelty. That thought was almost as horrifying. In her darkest moments, she recalled Lady Olenna's cryptic talk of shifting fortunes and Baelish's half-promise of escape. Could she risk some desperate gamble to flee the city, or might there be a different sort of accident that could befall the king before he forced her to bear his child? And who would orchestrate such a thing? The Tyrells? Tyrion? Or did fate itself have other designs? In quiet corners of the castle, Sansa prayed to the old gods for deliverance. She prayed for her lost siblings Arya, Bran, Rickon, wherever they might be. She prayed for strength to endure Joffrey's presence and for some spark of hope in a future that felt barren and bleak. If her prayers were heard, the gods gave no clear sign. Yet she clung to them as a drowning swimmer clings to a scrap of driftwood. And so it went on day after day. Sansa Stark, queen of the 7 kingdoms in name only, wore her crown and her silken gowns as armor against despair. She attended feasts, smiled when commanded, offered carefully measured words at court. She shielded her bruised spirit with polite trivialities and the occasional kindness from Tyrion or Marjorie. All the while, she guarded the last embers of her identity as a Stark, refusing to let Joffrey's cruelty snuff it out. Such was the shape of her life, suspended in the swirling intrigues of King's Landing, until, at last, the next storm began to gather on the horizon. Rumors of unrest festered anew, whispers that the Tyrells were growing discontent, that the Iron Bank of Bravos held certain debts over the crown's head, that Stannis Baratheon was rallying men on the Stormlands coast. Meanwhile, across the narrow sea, faint rumors spoke of dragons once again. The realm was never still for long, and Sansa sensed the precarious balance might soon shift. She had learned that in this game, every shift of power was a chance for those who could seize it, and a danger for those caught in the undertow. So she waited, braced for the day when the tide would again sweep through King's Landing. Perhaps then, in the chaos, she might find a path to freedom at last, or lose everything in the attempt. Either way, the gods alone knew what fate would bring for the girl who was once a dreamer, now a reluctant queen in a court of lions.